All right, all right. Uncle Josh Chanel, the tip. Peace, life, prosperity, and health. This is your good brother, Uncle Manu Sapanu, also known as Uncle Manu. And we're coming to you live with another special edition of Khu Khem, Black Light. And once again, we have the privilege, the honor, right, of being joined again by our illustrious brother, the mastermind himself, knowledge born Allah, through the knowledge multimedia, right? Gotta catch myself. I want to say do the knowledge radio, but do the knowledge multimedia. You know what I mean? And yo, we about to get back into this great work that the that our brother is on with his Voices of the Diaspora book series, and also his two newest offerings, personal reflections from nameless to knowledge, right? And the power of the black family. And Voices of the Diaspora, Volume 7. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So it's so many books so fast. You heard me? You know. So definitely. I got I got a zinger of a question. I got a zinger of a question as soon as we get started. You heard me? But you know, once again, Tim Motel, welcome to the platform, good brother. How is my brother doing today in this day and time, right down to the modern time? You heard me?
One of the United Front songs, I think it was Akatunde Yetunde, honest to my brother. He said, "My power's black, I wear it well."
Hmm. Yes, sir.
So I loved it when I heard it. I heard that, and my brother Jay Mills, he got a song called "Focus on My Focus." So in this day time, in this modern time, this time, my power's black. I wear it well, and I'm focused on my focus. Glad to be here with you, my Nasu, my teacher, motivator, inspirer. Um, Thanking you for your tutelage and the sacrifices of your royal family to give us this offering. I don't know if you can see it. Remembering Osir.
What?
So folks will tell you, hey, I read Message to the Black Man. I read the autobiography of Malcolm X and it changed my life. They'll tell you that. They'll tell you that the books changed their life, but when you look for the change in themselves, oftentimes, Masu, you don't find it.
Hmm.
If the autobiography of Malcolm X changed their life, we should see the change, the evidence of the change in your life. So, the brother or the sister or whomever the individual or the group is, like, yo, this was a catalyst, this was this was that. If you read the book and the book changed your life, where's the change?
Hmm.
So I could say from this masterful offering that the process of transformation since I first picked it up to date has been transformational.
What?
So if we look at Dudenow's Radio, it's still Dudenow's Radio. It's just DTK multimedia production company, something that was birthed out of Dudenow's Radio. 10 years ago, I was talking about writing books.
Hmm.
10 years ago. Well, if we go back 30, 2 years ago or so. I don't know. I don't remember. I was a young man, and my mother gave me a task to write a book. And I began writing a book. The idea was a book full of essays on different topics associated with Black life.
Mm.
I began to write the book. I was a couple of essays in. I think I was in the fourth grade because I wrote this essay about apartheid out of the Black Encyclopedia. I was like, apartheid, apartheid, what's apartheid? If I ask somebody, after you get the toothpaste, they'll tell you look it up. Look it up, so I go look it up. So I got the Black Encyclopedia before I got the dictionary. So I'm flipping through. And I saw what apartheid was.
Mm.
And the anti-apartheid movement, I remember through the music at the time. I remember even on A Different World, apartheid. I remember even on that horrible movie, what was it? School Days.
Mm.
They're talking about apartheid, right? They're not supporting these schools or corporations that support apartheid, and they showed the protests and all the other stuff that was happening. And all of it flashed in my head, and I began to write. I was up till like 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, mind you, this essay wasn't even no homework for me. It was some contest that was at school. That was for my little brother. And I went nuts. Nuts. Nuts, nuts, nuts. It was like 7, 8, 9, 10 pages, whatever it was, of my thoughts on apartheid and my disdain. My disdain.
Mm.
And I turned in the essay. I didn't think nothing about it. I didn't think nothing about it at all. But thinking about it, that was a catalyst. So I began writing that book. And I stopped writing it, in true Gemini fashion. We be hyped up about something for like 8 minutes. You know what I'm saying? And after that, it's a wrap. Oh, it's like, oh, butterfly. And just went on about
Oh,
my business. Right. And I remember later on, around 15 years old or so, something like that. I'm in military school at the time. And I get this book. And I'm looking through the book. I said, yo, this is the book I started writing some years ago. That book was written by Akil
Mm.
from Niggas the Gods.
Oh,
Volume 1.
we.
The clan hoods, the 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 figures, the puppet, the blood and the crip on it. All of it in my mind. All of it.
Mm.
So because I didn't move, it became a movement. So all of the things in regards to what this is, if these things begin to take root and they live in you, it should be evident in your life. Not necessarily from my observation, it's from your life. 1 meal a day, 1 meal every 3 days. Fasting in December and fasting when the Muslims fast. You know what I'm saying? Like certain things, they become intrinsic based off of decisions that you made. Taking charge of my post and all Black Nation property and view. Walking
Mm.
my post in the perfect manner, keeping always on the alert.
Alert.
Naturally, not I gotta be somewhere showing somebody a card. It's a life. Now, is it always that? No. but it's mostly that. And so, whatever that is, there should be some evidence. We hold these truths to be self evident. We're evident with whom? Self. That's what it is. So, that was my little introduction to thank you and the royal family of Ningsu for this offering, because this offering took me from wanting to doing. One of the things you remind us of is, so if you're not working, you're stealing. So I didn't want to be found negligent at my duties. So this workbook reintroduced me to some of the things you may hear today, or some of the things you may read in some of these books.
Mm.
Crafted. So this book, Remembering No Seer. Dr. Emmett Wilson's book, Black on Black Violence, The Psychodynamics of Black Self-Annihilation in the Service of White Domination.
Mm.
Two books out of a million books I was carting and carrying around. All of that. All of these are evidence of a life that's invested in the well-being of our people. So,
Mm.
how you pursue.
That's what I said. I say you know I don't remember seeing psychic on your resume, but you know what I'm saying, you kind of beat me to, you know, a lot of that. So let's say I'm gonna ask anyway, right? You answer what you do it for, right? So let me ask the question another way. Um, you're cranking out, books, book after book after book after. I don't even know if it's been, since you dropped the first one, what, maybe 2 months, 3 months, something like that.
Um, which one? Volume 1 through 5.
1 through 5. When
One
you
through
dropped that in the
five.
fall?
1 through 5 was last year.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah. So I'm looking. I'm thinking about from June to June. Yeah. So last year was 1 through 5. This year was 6 and obviously 7, but then these other books within the last.
Right, right, right.
Yeah. So yeah, the timeline, if you know.
Right, 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 right. You have some more books in between the release of the Voices of the Diaspora.
Right.
Right? They come in, blah 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 blah. Right? So like, prolific is like damn near an understatement. Um, but you're also someone that's known, or at least if they don't know, they need to know, right? Work ethic unmatched. It's crazy, right? So as far as the work ethic is concerned, how important is it for you as far as the pace, the tireless pace? You know, I don't know when you sleep. I think I might have caught you slipping the other day. I called you, your phone was off, right? So I don't know if you were asleep or not, if you were just out of the area. But yo, like, how important is the work ethic? Um, and as far as like the rate at which you're cranking them out, is that intentional, or are you riding a wave? You know what I mean? Or is it like, does it mean, is it that critical? That's my question. If you can make all of that make sense.
I think it's a perfect question to shoot. And the answer is all of the above.
Mm,
My initial goal for volume 1 through 5 was to have something done with my name on it to be a catalyst for the other works that I was doing.
mm,
I didn't want to be 9 years old or eight, however old I was, promising to write a book or starting on the process and not finishing. And I found myself in that cycle. And I looked at the life of New Knowledge Radio. It's 10 years old now. So there were things when I first started where I was scattered. I was kind of all over the place with it. I didn't really know what I was doing, and I figured it out. OJT, like on the job. So the more output, the more I learned. And then there was a point where I was dependent. I was dependent on other people to do the things that I could have done because I was so focused on the execution phase or aspect of this aspect of the operation, I didn't look at it in totality. So I was like, all right, maybe I need to go to school. So I started my academic journey, school.
mm,
So I went through school, and in school, it wasn't even about the subject matter. It was about engaging the other aspect of my brain from an analytical and creative space. Right? I said that like other aspect, but it's dualism.
mm.
So going through looking at these projects, whatever it was, I was halfway through this bachelor's program, and I was like, "Yo, this is wax, son." How my inner voice talk. "Oh, what we doing, son? What's this, son? What we doing here, yeah?" So I met a teacher in a course that was kind of hippie, flower child. It was just weird. I'm like, what is this doing in college? No, I'm like, let me just be easy and see how it develops. So I'm like, yo, I came to the first class. I'm like, they all like, oh, whatever. It was kind of like a participation trophy sort of class in this
Mm.
project portfolio about what you've been doing since you've been in school and what you want to do when you leave school. So I'm like, all right. But there was no concrete instruction. So I met this lady, this instructor, who became like a guide and a catalyst for me to graduate. My Gemini sister, you know what I'm saying? We like literally a week apart when we started looking at the dates. And I was like, I don't know what I just walked into. So it's possible that we could have a discussion about this course because I'm bugging. The black lady, right? I'm crossing my fingers, hoping she a black lady, not just typical appearance. You know what I'm saying? So when I talked to her, she was like, "Yo," that was the first word she said.
Mm.
She said, "Yo, I know exactly what you're talking about. I was in this class. I took this degree. I went to school here for my bachelor's and my master's. This, I was bugging. Like, what the hell is this?" I'm like, my ancestors know who I resonate with. Okay, so we had like a thing that was supposed to have been like 10 minutes. It was like 3.5 hours.
Mm.
3.5 hours. She was like, "Yo, this program is booked out. I worked at the school, I went to school here, all of the stuff, and they be acting like they don't even know who I am. Like, you taught me in class. Now she
Mm.
part of the faculty, so she was like telling me her story. I'm telling her like, yo, I was trying 5 years to get into the school. I took, I don't even know, like 2 decades to get a degree. So I'm like, I've been kind of fighting my way through it. But she was like, what you really want to do?
Mm.
So I had to think about it, put it together. Like, yo, I want to do blah, blah, blah. So when I told her, she was like, oh, you already doing that. So meeting her and another professor, uh, Dr. Hall, along that pathway, those two black women were a catalyst for organization of thought and another spark the work ethic that was necessary.
Mm.
So I went for the bachelor's in media communication. No, yeah, bachelor in media communication, and then the master's in entertainment business. So those two degree programs gave me the latitude to stay in the mind of academia, but also as a problem solver or eradicator, the mind of anticipating the needs and doing what's necessary to eradicate what need to be. So, from a logistical perspective, one who can anticipate the things that need to be done and do them.
Mm.
So that environment continually gave me a space to be able to look at a assignment timeline and craft a strategy to be able to build into.
Mm.
One of the classes I took was project management. So now you got to craft a whole project. So Voices of the Diaspora, the docu-series proponent, came from that.
Mm.
So Voices of the Diaspora was something I was writing, and then it turned into something that I wanted to have as a caveat to see, it done. So in that environment of thought was how all of these things were birthed. Some were cloudy and some were clear. The cloudy ones I worked hard. The clear ones I work harder. You know what I'm saying? So the work ethic was built from a place of hunger, curiosity, motivation, drive. So these were all things that was there, and then I brought the experience of the platform. So I'm interviewing people. They're like, "Oh, you're a really good interviewer." I'm like, so all of these things where like, "Oh, you speak. I didn't know you spoke." Blah blah blah. All these things kind of work together in tandem, towards this goal. So the light and the spark that my mother gave me, our communication was through books and through story. So the books read like a story format, like my mother was telling me a story, like my mother shared with me my birth story, and I share that with you soon, some of the people who are close,
Mm.
as a catalyst for what it is here. So your name, your birth story, all of those are stories. The labor that it took to get you here and your connection to that room, that connection back to source. All of these things are stories that we don't tell because oftentimes we don't know them. They're
Mm.
unarticulated to us. If I didn't know my birth story, I wouldn't know why I was here.
Mm.
So in that space, you get a chance to name, right? Because these are catalysts. And I kind of shied away from that. And many times I shared things and they're like, oh, you should write a book about your life. I'm like, nah, it's not even time.
Hmm.
My internal external voice sounds similar. You know, they twins. Nah, we cousins. So, uh,
Ah,
so we, I kind of shrugged that off for some years. And then literally around my solo return, I was like, I'm going to write 2 books. Write 2 books as offerings. Born on the 2nd, Gemini, 6th month, 2nd day. This would be 8 books. The math was mathing, right? That's what they say.
hmm.
So, and old that I came from a righteous mother, father, grandmother, grandfather, family. From an ancestral perspective, we do what we say we're going to do.
Yes, sir.
So, the tedious and arduous task of formulating and putting things together, that was on me. I was like, all right, let's go do it. Let's go do it. So if I look at volume 1 through 5, that was a different stage, different story, reflections over the past couple of years. I wanted my sons to have something that they got from their father. If my sons would read it, anybody would read it. If my
Hmm.
sons be like, nah, yo, daddy, son, I'm not, nah. How many pages is it? Without, nah, you probably wrote a Bible or a Quran or whatever. Like, nah, son, you be, nah. So I'm like, let me put these in little bite-sized spaces. What else could I do? Add some color, add some light, add some animation, add some this, add some of that. Bring it to life. All right. So my brother D Banks, he did the first 5 volumes. So I'm looking, I'm like, oh, it's an ebook, but I don't want it to feel like no ebook. I wanted it to be like a book. Wise intelligent, 3/5 of an MC, like the manufacturing of the dumbed down rapper. So from
Hmm.
3/5 person, the book, I wanted it like this. So I'm looking and I'm like ebook, flip book formats, and I found some software that does it. So I'm like, all right, no doubt. So we discovered together, him and I. He's like, I was looking at this, look at this. When the late night drinks were going through, I'm like, oh, yo, this make it look like a book. Yo, you heard that? Yo, the pages flip. All right, yo, you can put music here? Oh, no doubt. Let's go. Oh, I can put a video. Next level. Next level of formatting now. So I'm
Hmm.
like, it look like a book, it feel like a book, it sound like a book, but it ain't a book. You ain't gotta walk around with it. Oh, this is it. So now I go through and craft each space. They say when you write something, you're no longer the hero in the story. The listener is, the viewer is, the reader is. So I'm separating myself from what it is and giving them something for them.
Hmm.
So I'm thinking and listening. I'm like, what could I use? What could I use? What could I use? It's entrepreneurship. Oh, they be like, yo, man, some Musa. You know, they start doing that. That's how that's what their voice sound like to me. Yo, man, some Musa, son, I'm saying, yo, like, yo, he be like the richest dude in the world. So if I'm using something that's going to be attractive, I'll give them voices, pictures, words, images in bite size again. Very, very deliberate, very intentional. Name recognition, face recognition, whatever it is that's necessary to have them look at it. So I'm like, man, I Doc Mock, the ambassador from United Front. He got a song called Maximus Jewels. Bomb. Let's go. So while you're reading and looking and researching, you're excited. You see yourself. You see yourself. You see things that you can accomplish. You see people like, yo, if you want to be an athlete, it's an athlete. You want to be whomever, whatever, however you want to do it. Don't walk over there like you're going to apply for a job. Go walk over there like you a CEO of your own career. Don't walk over there like, yo, I'm filling out this application for this position. Walk over there like you are contracting your services in exchange for profit. Don't even say wages. Don't even say wages, because what you're going to do with what you receive is something far greater than they could ever calculate. So whatever that is, that's what you're doing. You're here on a fact-finding mission, research project, whatever it is, to do what you need to do to be able to put yourself and your family in a better position.
Mhm.
So that's what our ancestors did on plantation. That's why they endured what they endured. And that's why some fought. And that's why some left. You understand? Whatever it was in the mind, it was militaristic and spiritually sound. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. They like, oh, they didn't get paid. They work for nothing. Like how my man brought his freedom? How does David Walker's appeal happen? Where you get the money?
Mhm.
So we got to start looking more comprehensive at these things, because these are strives. These are strives. So what do the young entrepreneurs want to do? They want to look at somebody who got money. So that's the attractive beam. This is why the entertainment industry is running as rampant as it is, because the educators, the you know, uh, the economists, the laborers, the law, the politics, the religion, sex, and war, they're all okay. But who look like they're getting it though? Whether they're getting it or not, who looks like it? So that's an
Mhm.
attractor. So the athlete, he look like, she look like they get it. That's an attractor. So everything in that space, you forget is entertainment. In your mind now, it looks real. Nah, we cousins. We can start the day off with a bang, or we can start it off with a misfire. Whatever it is, you believe it in that moment because your mind's eye gives it that attention.
Mhm.
So the process of cultivating and crafting these books, and my sons would read them or look on somebody else's sons, their daughters. They would look on. They're like, oh, when I first came to my son, like, yo, I sent you the book. Yo. You read the book? Let me get to it. I said, yo, son, it's 19 pages. Oh, all right. About to check it out right now. On it. Because, as I said previously, we send our children to our enemies as a collective, right? We send our children to our enemies as a collective, and they assign them the task of incremental factory worker type of assembly line space. So when they start talking about the school and prison pipeline, shout out to my brother Raheem Shabazz, Elementary Genocide, for doing the work that he did to bring those things from the book page where they whispered around about it to cinematic space. Like, oh, yo, they doing this. Yeah, they doing this. They doing this. They doing this. They doing this, whatever. So we got them in a low light, hard desk, overpopulated classroom, no individual autonomy, nothing that works nowhere, right? because that factory is supposed to go from that to the assembly line. So you're in an overcrowded space, low light, uniform, all that. So either you're going to prison, you're going to the police force, you're going to the military, because you're already in uniform, right? But you're not uniformed. You're not there for that purpose. Like they turning you out. They turning you out to the workforce or to the prison force.
Mm.
So the opposing force of your nature is the question, your nature is curiosity, your nature is the search to find and look, whatever the things are, and they have you in a conformance space, or you're afraid to raise your hand in the class, and you're in this place 8 to 12 hours out of the day. So getting someone to read independently after being in this interdependent, hostile, military, Nazi Germany environment,
Mm.
that's work. When you're done with work, you ain't at home talking about work. And if you are, it's only for a little bit. So if I'm throwing book at you or math or questions, all that, you like, oh, so I don't even want to breathe right now. Talking about being mindful of the environment they come in. But they got music, they got phones, they got devices. So if they can look on their phone in the device and see somebody who look like them with some music and they bop it, they're like, oh, I ain't no doubt. Oh, yo, who this? Yo, who this? The creativity, the spark, the love, the fun, the excitement about learning about you will start you on the journey to want to learn about self. Learn about your family dynamic. So all of these things were seeds that were planted from lives that we live. You go to cultural events, that's what it is. It don't look like it's educational. It look like it's what they say, lit.
Mm.
Look like it's lit. Look like it's fun. It look exciting. But the entire thing is education, because education can only be given to you from a cultural lens. Dr. Bobby Eugene Wright, peace and blessings be upon him, said there's a difference between education and training. We send our children to the training grounds for them to be educated, and education comes from home. I love black people, not because of nothing I ever learned in school, it's because of what I learned at home, what I observed, what I studied.
Mm.
My family, my mother, my father, my siblings, all of that, right? So in that questioning about, you know, the catalyst, the push and all of that, my aunt is in her 70s. She just read my books.
Mm.
My sisters, my nieces, nephews, they just read them. They just read them. Like, yo, where can we get the books?
On the tell.
I'm like, get up. I'm like, get up out of here. You talk. Nah. Where? Your website? Where? Like, yo, send me the books. So the family, right? Normally they be like, yo, son, I'm saying, like, yo, my family, yo, I'm saying, like, the strangers treat you better than the family, man. Be quiet, yo. Be quiet. Create it, put it out, and see who gravitates towards it. Don't spoil it before it get out.
Mm-hmm.
With your mind, with your thoughts, with your words, all those things is power, right? So my goal, if you heard me in the suit, if my sons read it, anybody. So my sons, they read it. And that was the catalyst, right? So Do Not's Radio, dedicated to my mother, my father, my grandfather, my grandmother, those who came before me that nobody told their story. They lived a whole life and nobody told their story. Nobody.
Mm.
And then if they told it based on how they feel, how drunk they was, or high, whatever. If they was upset, or if they was good. If today was a good day, then you get a good story. If today was a bad day, then you get a bad day.
Mm.
So the catalyst for my family, the catalyst for Black people was from that relationship from home. There wasn't no book. I wasn't, in the Wizard of Oz. Even the Wizard of Oz was a family story. You were there. You were there. And you were there. When she woke up in her house in her bed in safety, she was surrounded by her family. Dorothy had to go back in the Wiz in the house with her dog, Padola. So the comparative analysis was enough for me to look and see, oh, I need to start pointing certain things out. I need to start pointing things out. There's a space of inequity. So we could watch the Cosby Show and say it wasn't relatable because we didn't have a two-parent household. We didn't have no doctor and lawyer for parents. So intentionally, that's done. You could watch All in the Family. You could see a middle-aged white dude, a wife who never worked, no, but she never worked nowhere. He worked at a warehouse, he drove a cab, and by the end of the series, he owned a bar. He had two grown people that lived in the house with him. That translated to married with children. Peggy ain't never worked. Al worked at a shoe store since he was in high school. He had an upstairs and a downstairs and a basement and a car. And he lived next to bankers. He didn't live next to, crackhead, right? In Chicago, in the suburbs. And he worked at the shoe store. He didn't own the shoe store. So cinematically, you start to look at these things and you start looking for inequities, right? You're looking for inequities because these are things that they show you. They'll show you these things and don't say anything about it. So you like, yo, you're looking at yourself like, oh, you in the housing development, you in the projects, you in the ghettos of Nazi Germany. You don't know that. You don't know it. That's where the ghetto comes from, Nazi Germany, the concentration camps, the Dachau, Auschwitz, all of these places. That's what those places were called, ghettos. But if we start talking like that, then it sounds preachy, it sounds crazy, and all of that. But Busta Rhymes will come out with a song remade from Rick James, Ghetto Life.
Mm-hmm.
Tretch will come out with a song called Ghetto Bastard. You ain't from the ghetto, don't come to the ghetto. Right?
Yeah.
Because you might not make it in the ghetto. So we are glorifying the death camps of ones who went from paying financing our hell of a cost to what they call it. So all of these things came from time, effort, study, place, sacrifice. So now, how do you translate that and make it attractive enough for a young Black woman or child to want to continue on that work? Because the enemy is working, whether we're working or not. So our inaction is doubled down by their action. So we have to be mindful, and our propaganda tools have to pass all of the tests based off of our cultural connection to our youth and what we want to see them do in the future. So, with my own family, and we one family, if my family is messing with it, then some other family, hopefully, if we cousins like we're supposed to be, uh, there's the catalyst. So the catalyst was my family, and then our family as a collective. I am because we are Ubuntu.
On the tear. On the tear. Yo, you said something, it reminded me of one of the reflections in your book. It was don't wait don't wait for permission or don't ask permission, right? Um, that idea that you have that you think you have to get ready for, right? Um, do it, right? Go ahead on and do it, right? Um, it's a what I'm hearing is like a lot of learning while doing, like learning on the job, you know, type of mode, and it's like, yo, the work, the work itself, the time is of the essence, you know. So that that you know, each one teach one according to, you know, their own knowledge, wherever they're at, you know, at whatever particular point in time, whatever place they may be at in their journey, start, do it, and you'll evolve, get better, right? You'll uh, gain mastery, whatever that means, over time, right? I think it's it's pretty that's pretty heavy, you know, in, you know, still the you know, again, the work ethic, the you know, the prolific nature, right, of your work, it speaks volumes. It's inspiring, right? It's very, very inspiring. If not anything else, I think that folk, when they see the uh the work ethic as well as the thought, the creativity that's going into them, you know, into the books, um, they're inspired, right? Inspired. It's very, very, very inspiring. It speaks to, you know, this is like a labor of love, right? It's in the heart, right? It's in the heart. So that's also telling, right, that you say, you know, this is something that, like a charge that your mother gave you as a shawty, right? You know, where you feel like you, and that was deep too, right? The idea, right? And then some, you know, you sit on it and time go by, and next thing you know, you're reading A Kill from Niggas to Gods Volume 1, right? Um, dope, how you say, crazy books. I remember when I read that one, and then I found out there was a volume 2. I was like, oh, right. Um, but that was deep that you said that, like, yo, the whole concept, everything, the visual, the arts, right, the format, it was in your mind, and you say if you don't move on it, it turns into movement. Like Tahuti said, you okay? Here, you take that, right? Right. That's deep. That's deep. I'm trying to think. Man, I can't remember. You know, but I heard somebody. It was either someone quoting either Prince or quoting Michael Jackson, but they were saying, they were speaking as to why one of them didn't sleep. They had to get the music out, because if they didn't make the music, if they didn't record it, right, then God would
Michael
take,
Jackson. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Michael
yeah.
Jackson. That was his motivation. If he didn't do it, God would give it to Prince. Yeah,
Woo! That's hard.
yeah,
That's hard. That's hard.
yeah.
That's deep. That's deep. But how you say you just spoke essentially the same, like the same truth. It's like, you know, it's um it's important, right? Because when, how you say, we are vessels that, the divine, the ancestors are um working through, in the efforts to refine this place and evolve bloodlines and refine bloodlines and so on and so forth, right? So I think yeah, I think that was very, very, very man, important, right? Because procrastination, that's yeah, that's a serious thing. But also is also inspiring because, you know, it'll spin the block, right? In a different way, different form, take on a new form. It'll spin the block, and you know, how you say, could have dropped from niggas to gods, and it was cool, right? It was powerful, but I think that, uh, to quote for the DBZ heads, right? For to quote Frieza, "You fools, this isn't even my final form," right? Like to see the format that your books, taking in, like the time, right? It's timely. It's made for the time. It's made for the minds of the time, right? Um, and I remember, you know, being in the mosque and going to the barber shop that, one of the brothers, one of the FOI owned. Shout out to Marky D's in Louisville, right? And, they would be playing, but also selling CDs of the minister, right? And like snippets of his lectures over beats, right? And then I remember also Baba Ashra also had a CD one time, where it was some of his lectures or interview snippets over like beats, over like jazz music or something like that. And these things, like you say, it's like if you play it and you might just have it on and somebody that ain't even on none of that, but that music open them up, right? The Iron Fist and the Velvet Glove, right? You know what I mean? It kind of sweetens the pot. So it softens the approach, right? Put some honey in that with the medicine, and you know make it a little bit more palatable. But yeah, yeah. How you say, you've taken it to like another level with this. It's holistic with the visuals and the videos and the music and the graphics and the format to cater to the attention span, and also, even though it's made for the shortened attention span, it's the way that it's formatted is then like a mission. You know what I'm saying? This is the objective, right? These are the right, like this is the target. Like it's genius. It's genius, right? So yeah, like for sure, I think that it's a tremendous blessing. It's a tremendous blessing that you're giving to our people. Um, and for the workers, for the laborers, right? For the thinkers that are able to soak up game.
Y'all just bear with me, Sue, for a second. I know these technical difficulties very personal. I'll give it a second here and tell somebody that we on. And I think we just getting started. We got a couple of books to go through. The book that Nasu is referencing right now is a personal reflection book of mine from Nameless Knowledge. And the other book is Power of the Black Family. So there's two aspects that are independent of the Voices of the Diaspora series. So the Voices of the Diaspora series is a 10-part series with 8 currently complete and two more. So just really quickly, I'll go over the volumes until the shoe comes back. So volume 1 is dedicated to entrepreneurship. Volume 2 is dedicated to the Black woman. Volume 3 and 4 are dedicated to revolutionary warriors, freedom fighters that exist right now, learning from the lessons of those who have existed and still exist. So, volume 5 is dedicated to our strategic thinkers, scientists, the technologicalists, the engineers, the agriculturalists, artists, and the mathematicians dedicated to them. Volume 6 deals with the cinematic assault and our capability to be able to regain our own mind, regain our own consciousness, getting back our narrative. So volume 6 is dedicated to that. Volume 7 is the newest one that I'll be talking about today, talking about our educators, talking about our scholars. We have a very diseased sort of love affair with our enemies' propaganda. We take their philosophy and think it's going to solve our problem. There's no God advocates. There's devil's advocates, and they'll play devil with you. They'll play devil with you, and they think they're doing God's work. Well, let me ask you this one. Well, made you with a little trick question, and they want to play. And last time somebody African played with 2 pieces of steel, they made devil. That was one of the gods, he built on. He said, last time I don't play God, because last time he played, he made devil. So are you coming into the situation to add value or to take away value? Those things are interpreted. I've seen the sewage back, so you.
To I said my apologies. Had some technical difficulties, down around that router.
I know him well. I know him well. I know him well. I wasn't, oblivious to what's going on. So a couple thousand shows, you work through every kind of technical, intentional difficulty that exists. So
Two. Um, yeah. So, but you carried on, so I don't want to you know, don't want to interrupt. Think we was about to get into something.
yeah, I was laboring on a point until you came back. I just was telling them the listening audience about the different volumes. So really it.
Two.
I put one
Okay.
down there. I think the one you referenced a few times, like in the class they hit the table, like it might be on the test. It might be on the
Yeah.
test. Right? Want to write this down? You got to do that. And so yeah, I
Yes, sir.
got
Yes, sir.
volume 7 up here. No, not volume 7. This is from Nameless to Knowledge. So this one, this too was crafted, like I said, around my solar return, around my God day. This book and both the Power of the Black Family volume were crafted around that time as offering. So the 6 month second day, you know, that equivalent of 8. So 8 books on that. I did 6 shows that day on my solar return. I did 6 shows and released 2 books. So literally, the math was magnetized. So yeah, that was on the second of June. 6 shows uh, and released 2 books. So a space of promotion, and that day was pretty magical. I heard from people starting May 31st to like the 6th of June or 7th. People like, yo, God, blah, 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 yo. I was like, heard from people I ain't heard from in years. You know, somebody from like 15 years ago, somebody like 30 years ago, somebody like 40
Wow.
years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it was like literally in succession over that time. And that was it. And, the precipice was, this book right here. Uh, a phenomenal artist. She did what you see as far as my graphics in the background. She did this cover. She did my new intro. All of the things. So Do Not Radio got a little upgrade. Upgrade. It's 10 years. You know what I'm saying? Can't be walking around with the same shoes you had on 10 years ago. So
Yeah.
somebody who gave it the vision and the spark, and her name is Ashe Kenyatta. She's a phenomenal graphic artist and designer, prolific writer, a singer, all kinds of things. So Ashe Kenyatta did this cover, and the vision kind of came to life. I painted her the vision, and she did the previous background that I had. With the two, African women in the background. So she did that. And she did this cover, and she's done some other work. And again, an amazing, multi-talented mind. So I just wanted to give her a quick shout out.
On the 10.
So
Yes, sir.
the cover, she did it. You know what I mean? So I wanted to pay homage to life. In the Islamic tradition, as you remember, Nisu, they say don't cut off relations with the wounds that bore you.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of the first times I shared some, personal reflections, not personal, information. It's not my biography, but it's sort of it's an instruction manual. My older self talking to my younger self, talking to my future self, talking to my immortal self, that community self, you know, and my cousins. Nah, we cousins. So
Yes, sir.
I'll just go through it real quick. Uh, this dedication was personal. This dedication was personal. Like I said earlier in the show, remember no fear, remembering, putting those members back together, your limbs. You know, they told us in that nursery rhyme, all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty back together again. So who was Humpty then? I don't know if we went through that. Like I don't know if we recognize like who Humpty was, Humpty Dumpty. So when your mind is shattered into pieces, only you can put that back together. All the king's horses, all the king's men. So they're talking about the king, but they made it sound like he was a commoner. Why would all the king's horses and all the king's men, anything that the king that had amassed externally couldn't help him? He was shattered in pieces on the inside. He was broken on the inside. So when he needed some sort of relief, there was no relief for him that anybody else could provide. Only he could provide it. So from nameless to knowledge, if y'all saw the movie Hero, Jet Li's character said his name, he had no name. So he had no name. His mother and father, they were killed. He said my name was Nameless. So for a time, I was nameless. I went through a period where I wanted to be known as anything. A period of time. So there's something that you have to do in order to earn a name. And when you've done that, you receive a name. Jacob wrestling with the angel all night. His name wasn't Jacob no more. Man, we got a new name. Name is Israel. Israel means he who struggles with God.
Mhm.
Like you could struggle with God. You understand? So yeah, it's definitely a great opportunity to be able to go from unnamed. Right? We took X's. We took X's. You had to do something for that X though
Mhm.
to receive it. So there's a process that was connected in regards to registering and going through that process. But the reclamation period, right? One of those things in the seven principles of Nguzo Saba, Kwanzaa, was to be able to name yourself, to be self-defining, to name yourself. So when folks take on a name, it's associated to their nature. It's associated to who they will become. So if you righteously got that in the family, you gave a name, you give a name that would represent your family. That would be a reminder of who you are, where you come from, what you're here to do. So in that space of nameless, taking things back to the source, from nameless to knowledge. So knowledge can give you an identity or an identity crisis. You boys, brothers, nah, we cousins. Two cousins. So uh, on that path of becoming nameless, I was helping people find themselves. So some time was circulated, like a 7-year time span, working all these other things, working for the benefit of other people, helping people on the path of self discovery. And at the end of that journey, I got a name that I already had. So the mirror that's on there, the mirror is what you hope to receive. And when you look in the mirror, you already got it. So the optical illusion that you create in your mind of something that you have to have, you already got it. So the so you was in that stance, running and dusting them folks off. Look what it yielded you. It yielded you a dynasty that you was running towards full speed. You know what I'm saying? Full speed, and you still running the race. still running the race. You know, the race ain't given to the swift. It went from a sprint to a marathon, and the marathon is a saga, and then saga is a lifespan, and off the span of your lifespan, it was there, and it was in your crib. So we come equipped with those things and those purposes and our destiny, right, to do what we need to do. We just have to watch it unfold. We got to be dutiful to it. So if you come into a family where that's a priority, somebody's going to share that with you. So I came into a family where that was prominent. My mother and father, we met each other long before I showed up here. We made decisions. We made some decisions. Like, all right. They're like, all right. So, all right, let's do it. So it was what it was. So this dedication is to them. So this dedication was, in succession, how it goes. My ancestral lineage. We talk about our bloodlines and we talk about heroes, but we don't give no honor to Heru. But we talking heroes, right? You're talking heroes, and the hero and the villain, quote unquote, came from the same family. We don't talk about it, but we watch it. We go see it, right? We go see it all the time. So if we're here to set things right, then we're Avengers. So we back to that. Avengers, right? So that dutifulness to your bloodline, to your lineage, if you don't like the state of affairs that you currently exist in, start doing some things to change it. To avenge your bloodline, to become the best ambassador of your bloodline, of your lineage. So it says to my ancestral lineage, not the ancestral lineage, mine. Because that's it. So taking the things that come along with that. You're the source of my voice, fire and reason. I carry your dreams as an armor and your wisdom as a compass. So thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Right? So I'm not here of my own volition. I ain't self-made. No thanks. Thanks. I ain't get it out of the mud. I got it out of my mother and my father. I'm good with that. So the space of carrying the dream, their dream, my dream, our shared vision, all of that works all together. And then my mother and my father, to honor them based off of our relationship continually. And then to my inheritors, my grandfather and uh, my uncle via my sons. When my son came out the womb, he had my grandfather's disposition. And he's still, my grandfather right now. My son came out acting like my uncle. So in the name space continuum of what it means in the future, we come from our family and our families are divine and we come from divine. So while we wear the names of something other than divine. So to them, I gave everybody a charge, and I was kind of setting the precipice for, the soul return. Everybody who sent me glad tidings, I sent them back a message, a real message from the heart that was tailored to them. If I known anything about them, if they meant anything to me, I gave them a message for them. So they gave me the gift of that time, and I gave them the gift of that time. Reciprocity. I think that's that R word, right? So it's 100 reflections. And I thought, I'm like, man, it started off as 10. So it went from 10 to 25 to 50 to 100. Then I had to
That's
go
how it goes.
through the 100 process of shrinking them down in a way where they just sound like tidbits because they was Bibles. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, and this, and that. I'm like, nah, 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 nah. What you talking about?
Mm,
So you got to shrink them down in a way where it's palatable, and even then, still readability. I learned so many lessons, crafting these books, right? Because from volume 6 to forward, I did everything with the exception of this cover. This cover, again, I told you, I shaking at she did the cover. So when I saw the cover, I was like, yo, this is it. Because I needed something that wasn't in my mind.
mm,
I needed something that wasn't in my mind that could go along with my mind.
mm.
So that reflection, right? That connection. And I keep saying, we cousins for a reason, not just because they said it in the movie. I want us to be looking at each other in that way. Like the Sioux, they offended by somebody calling them uncle. They're
Yeah.
offended by somebody calling them unk, but not offended by somebody calling them the N word. They are. They're like, they ain't unk.
Mm, mm.
So if we say Uncle Johnson F, if we say life, prosperity, and health, we would look at Uncle a little different. So,
Yeah.
hey, I'm
That's
just here for
wild.
the moment. Here for the moment. And my brother, Wally, known as Ambassador O, United Front, Doc Lockyer, United Front,
Mm,
he has a song called True Champs. And that's been my joint forever. So I'm like, this isn't in the pantheon of voices of the diaspora, but it's my voice. So what's the soundtrack to my voice?
mm.
Oh, yeah, that joint. So they work together. You know what I'm saying? Like so. My sons and I used to be in the car riding around, and that joint come on. I'll just play it for a second so you can hear what I'm talking about.
Like we always do about this time.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. My yes. Oh yeah.
We would do that part over and over for 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Just that little part right there in the show.
Mm,
Before we hear the song. So
mm.
my youngins, like it's in their DNA. It's in their ancestry, it's in their vocalization. So if they hear that, they'll be like, oh yeah. My yas asafo. They know it. That
Mm,
it's in there, you know what I'm saying? Good over and over. Like this isn't something that's pretend where it's performative for somebody. Like this is our life, right? How you say it's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. We live this. We don't show up here and put some stuff on, and all of a sudden we here. Like, nah, this was it. And one of the things that hasn't been properly curated from the movement, from all of the work that we put in our time, is this our experiences. Like people driving across country, not for nothing malicious.
mm.
They driving across the country, picking people up on the side of the road, type of yo, I'm in such and such. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yo, you going to this? You going to that? You going to this? You going to that? You going to this? All over the country for something enriching, something culturally definitive. So we have a thing that we continued on, a tradition that we continued on. We were dutiful to our father. We were our own heru in that space, keeping cultural things alive. They are alive. You know, my power's black. I wear it well. Going across the country, the highways, the byways, the planes, the buses, however we could get there, we got there. Those are people that we come from. Our parents, our grandparents, they all did the same thing. We're not doing the new thing. We're doing the family thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're going to this convention, we're going to this lecture, we're going to this meeting, we're going here, we got to here, we got here, we got here, we got here, we got to here. We equate that to careers. We'd be like, oh yeah, we're going here, you know, for work. What? That's a job. What's your work? Where is your work?
Mm.
The job is something you get paid for. That work, like your purpose, your life, your connection. Whether you pay for it or not. So this family business, all that, all these things, all kind of work together in rotation. The earth don't ask permission to rotate. The sun don't ask permission to shine. So just go through a couple of these real quick so folks can see what they're investing in. So if you felt like in your lifetime that you didn't know who you were anymore, that you got amnesia, that you forgot who you are, why you're here, what your purpose is, you could go through a couple of these things and in this process, rediscover yourself. Roles are roles.
Mm.
Don't be so intertwined in the roles that you forget some. Unless you know that's why you're here. Folks like, oh, I'm a doctor. How long you been a doctor? 2 years? How old are you? 50? What? You know, in that movie 300 in the suit, those cats said, you there. What's your profession? I'm a farmer. What's your profession? I'm a blacksmith. And they looked at him. He said, Spartans, what's your profession? And they said in unison. Oh, that was it. That was it. They didn't have no other job, no other profession. Their job was each other. Their job was in unison. And that brought them victory and defeat.
Mm.
But they faced it, though. They faced it together. So the blacksmith and the farmer and them was like, yo, this ain't that. This too rich for my blood. Yo, we up out of here. But those who went, they went to face it. They went to face it because they was in unison. They was in one mind. So when they show themselves in that space, that's how they show themselves, even if it ain't the truth. The difference is between us and them, it's the truth for us. But we're rather distorted to make it seem like, oh no, I wasn't with them. I wasn't with them. They'll never say that they're not with each other. Never. I wonder where they got that from. All right. Let me just go through the volume. I can kind of see what's going on.
The black power shines at rest. Time to set it straight. You know what I'm saying? My God. This is a warning.
Come next, wicked and wild.
Yo, I'm back to the old. Let's do it. I'm ready.
Uh-oh. Look like somebody I know right here.
Uh-oh.
look like somebody I know somewhere.
The one and said.
Oh, Reflection 6. Pan-Africanism is not optional. It's not. If the people, if they're not with it, find who is. You'll find more people who are than those who not. Why you arguing back and forth with somebody who not rocking with that? All right, no doubt. I see you. It's not optional. So Go ahead, Nasu.
Oh no, I said to you, to you.
So we got the royal families out here. We got the royal families. We got the scholars. We got people who are living these principles, living them, not pontificating about them, living them. Their families are living these traditions. The things that they birthed, the things that they wrote were birthed out of the necessity for their family and their commitment to our people. So you see them, and I promise you, you'll see them again if you invest in these books.
Mm.
So everything, every image, everything that's placed here is properly and intentionally crafted.
I was commissioned by my general to set the record straight, break it down to a single mineral so my people can relate. Yeah, we know about slaves, but what about our great ancestors that built did incredible things at will? You name it, we could claim it. Is it new or is it ancient? Are we the potion or exponent? Children of the omnipotent. I broke it down, preconceived, so rich and then cut it on. Get rid of the confusion and come clean. You think I'm wrong. Devil's an exception to the rule. I don't.
So Nasu, didn't I say earlier there's a difference between education and training? And I said, there was a man who talked about it, Dr. Bobby Eugene, right?
Yes, sir.
There you go. I read a
Yes,
book
sir.
when I was talking about black on black violence, the psychodynamics of black self-analyzation in service to white domination. That's him right there. So when we start looking at computations, intention plus capability equals threat, that's him right there. And that this shiny, bald head, black man, African warrior, scholar, retributionary, war general.
Makaru.
Haru. Like people still trying to do their best impression, but wouldn't even walk in his path while he was alive. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, yeah.
I don't have effing time, so the white man's the devil. Yeah, I generalize. If you sincere cracker, then you should empathize.
So my warrior sister K Fighter, sister Keisha, Thorough Black Talk. I was just on her program Thursday. We were there discussing Judas and the Black Messiah film.
Mm.
So if we talking about love as a strategy, what's your strategy? So we there. So, Do Knowledge Radio, DTK Multimedia, Voices of the Diaspora, all of these things that are there are for your benefit. As a reminder of who you are and where you come. So we see Dr. Maya with Dr. Anthony Browder and Meltrek. My children watched Meltrek. She made it with her family. That's her son right there. That's her other son. Her aunt helped her. She brought her family together and they made this at Anime Productions, and they made the Meltrek series from her family, not other people. Her family. So if your GDP don't come from your family, then your GDP gonna come from somebody else's family.
Mm.
And they don't care nothing about you.
Mm.
So they don't care nothing about you. So you see me, I worked with Killer Priest for a couple of years now. Myself and a couple of the artists. That's his son right there, his son right next to him, his son's right next to him. So you don't have to be the center stage to be on the team. Everybody commits to the victory. Everybody commits to the victory. And if they don't, then they all commit to the loss.
Mm.
So y'all see Professor Dr. Raina Bello right here. Sue, I'm telling you, they could have told me I won $1 million when she agreed to come on Do Nines Radio for the interview. Because that's what happened. That's what I got.
On
I
the
got
tab.
I got I got $1 million. You know, the late Prince Hassan in Israel. One of the last interviews he did was on Nas Radio
Mm.
on December 25th. You know, so the family invited me to Chicago for his homegoing and Dr. Ava Muhammad's homegoing. That was a powerful weekend. I learned so many things about what it is. So, conversation and ceremony, interview as inheritance. Look at this inheritance. So carefully thinking about these aspects of your life. Like if you with somebody in your building, it's like it's not haphazard. It's not out of nowhere. They're in your life. They're put on your path. It's a reminder. If y'all know what that reminder is, then y'all can get remembered on saying. You know what I'm saying? I was about to tell him. I'm about to tell him this shit. You know what I'm saying? I was about to tell him. But if they want to, they can get it. They can get the book. So Ashe Kenyatta that I talked about in the sushi also made this. So I put my intro in there. It ain't long, but it's necessary. You know what I mean? The hell?
Well,
Sign
he's
in to
doing
confirm
something
you got
else.
a bot.
Yeah,
I ain't
that's
never seen
bananas.
it. Right. I ain't. I don't know what it's doing.
Huh.
All right, so give me 1 second right here.
Yeah. I guess maybe signing on a different tab, huh?
Right. I'm gonna verify it's you. Who else is? All right. Well, I'll keep on going. I don't know what it's doing right now. Got Black Dot Lord Jamar. We talked about that. About Theodore Green, Church in the Field. So these images are consistent with people that have made impacts in my life. So I wanted to give them some love and some shine. We say Black Power because of this man right here. Baba Mukasa Ricks. Mukasa Dada Ricks and his wife, Maymuna. There was a event in the 60s. And he said, we want Black Power. He coined the term. He didn't come up with it, but he coined it. So we say it because of him. Know my elder, know his wife, know the family. Elders are living library. I don't know who the brother is, but I got most of the books. So I was like, let me put the brother in books there. You know what I'm saying? All of these things in regards to it.
1,000, spend the rest of your life to prove it's an effing lie. Stay out the way. In the meantime, we got a clean house. Too much time. She mans and he rise. What happened to the hate rules? Upvote principles. This is not my eye. The situation's critical. I'm willing to expose and dispose of you sick Negroes. Touching our children, creating more sick people. What are we eating? It got us looking old and feeble. No life and dead food got us vibing below. Needed frequency.
Now, Sue, I ain't never liked this movie, but I like this part of the movie. He's talking to brother. Like, yo, if you wasn't my brother, something will happen to you. You understand?
Yeah.
He's like the loudest one in the room, the weakest one in the room. And we slid him a little game to, strive to save his life. And he didn't listen to his own advice. He wore that chinchilla, as the movie goes, and he was the loudest one in the room. And ain't nobody know who he was. So sometimes we got to take our own pill, red, blue pill, right? Either one.
We cease to see the unseen reality, the esoteric scenery, and seem to be dependent, hell-bent, set up to be sitting duck, sucking the devil's titty. We from the lands of milk and honey. I'm not finished, done by a long damn shot. Give me a wall and a chisel, John Hancock. My signature isn't the written, it's the words that I speak.
That's what we here for. And they chill.
I continue this assault, catapult lyrics to critics who hope I bite pillows like George the Animal. Still not faggot, this is real. Black power manhood rap with incredible masculine zeal. Ask your lady how she feel. If she honest, she might wanna punch her in the grill. But don't salve out, brother man, I'll be a king for that queen. To a real woman, a real man always appeal. I don't eat meat or any byproduct that comes from things that bark, cluck, croak, or square.
You out there with my cousin, like cousin.
Chemical equation, it probably is, brother, it probably is. Monosodium, glutamate, polysorbate 80, monotriglyceride.
Click on this link.
Crazy.
You could click on this link, and that link should bring you to my website. Oh man, see, like showing out today. Yeah. But my website is here, and I'll be prepared for everything. So, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, they'll be like, "Why didn't you see the website?" Here you go, right here, knowledgeradio.com. So. Whole bunch of things over there. Got a little marketplace and all of that.
Yeah.
I believe that was the last page and last video. So that. So this is Kai Zodiac and Killer Priest. I am. Whatever you put after that, I am. That's if that ain't who you are, that's who you gonna be. I don't know who you think listening to you when you actualizing, but if you ain't there. So it's a space to give you empowering thoughts. And I was listening to this song on repeat, and so while I was illustrating this book, it took me like 8 hours. I just kept listening to this song on repeat. So I'm going to play some of it. One of those transcendental sort of spaces, right? Stop playing. Did I freeze?
No, I can see the cursor moving.
All right. Yeah. I guess my cousin's over here playing, No, we cousins. Well, that was Nameless to Knowledge. That was a little journey. Work out whatever the kinks are and, make it happen. So it's out there.
222, 210. All right. Yeah. How you say, when I was looking through that joint, I was thinking about it like you were giving a it's like someone might look at it like a book of maxims or a book of what do you call them, axioms or ethos or something like that. But I was thinking like this is like our brother's ma'at. This is your ma'at, right? Like your not just truth, but like your law, like the modus operandi, right? Like the your functionality, right? What's being expressed. You know what I mean? Thought it was pretty, pretty self-evocative, right? It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard you say damn near all of that in one way or another at some point in time. You know what I mean? And your work your work itself is what's the word I'm looking for? It's makaru, right? You know what I mean? Like making your word, your bond, your life be an expression of that word personified, word in motion. Very powerful, very powerful. And the website is looking spiffy, by the way. Very, 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 very sharp.
Need a couple of tweaks. A couple of tweaks. So
Yes, sir. Doing it there.
so you had another question in between the soup, something I can answer before we go
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
next thing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. So, in respect to the from nameless to knowledge, right? Um, and everything from the way you started the book off with the you know salutations to ancestors, um, your Kradu, your sons, young kings. I think this is something that is not just like legacy defining, but you know now I had a conversation with me so either yesterday, day before, somewhere up in there. And we was talking about the book of knowing the evolutions of Ra and overthrowing our Pep, and talking about it as some in respect to something I mentioned in Remembering with Sarah, as far as like it's not just a like creation story, but an instruction manual in the work of creation. It's an instruction manual in creation. Um, I keep saying like, yo, folk, like for the thinkers, for the laborers, right? You're laying down a lot of game, right, with the work that you put down. Matter of fact, right, maybe I wasn't supposed to say it when I cut out earlier because I was gonna say willfully they don't just bite, right? And then it cut out when I was saying willfully they don't just bite, But you gotta say it, right? Like jokers, refuse to work with you, but they'll bite you with the quickness. You know what I mean? Gotta do better, gotta do better. But yeah, like you laying down a lot of game, and it's really an instruction manual. Like even the way you formatted that particular, I mean, the introduction, the dedication, all of that, and then those reflections. It's damn near like you know it's like a ritual in and of itself. It's like you know, like a meditation guide. Like each one of those reflections are like mantras or heka, right? It's like you know, you're starting off, you salute your bloodline, you know what I mean? And you know, and it's conversation. So it's not just the run of the mill uh, you know, calling of the name and you know, I say no 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 no. Yo, you are my you know, my voice, right? Right? The what you say, the fire, you know, damn, trying to remember the way I don't want to mess it up, right? But it was intimate, you know, it was intimate, personal, right? And that passion, that emotion, uh, to kind of even just start it off, right? That's something that no, it,
Yeah, the
I say
source of
it.
my voice, fire and reason. Go.
Right,
Carry your dreams as an armor and your wisdom as a compass. So literally, I
yeah,
retired my voice. You know, I was in, you know, a class session, and I heard uh, Manasu speak about retiring his will,
mm,
and he related to us in that class session what it takes to go to the next level. So in the Sufi tradition, the Muslim starts off as a initiate of sorts. But the requisite though, before you go into the Sufi tradition, that you had to go through the other aspect of the school.
mm,
So you had to be the Muslim that prayed 5 times a day, the one that was dutiful and did all of this stuff, all of the prescriptions to transform the affliction into a healing. They say the Holy Quran is given in this guidance as a mercy, a guidance and a mercy, right? So it relates to you on a multitude of levels. That's the book, right? If you give the book the reference, then the book I have the reverence. But if you give source the reference and allow source, the family of source that you descend from, the reverence, and the permission to begin to work on you from the inside out, you can go to what they call the highest level of a man in Islam called ihsan, where you worship God as if you see him. So that's the level you got to go through, and then you become an initiate on the side. But in the super space, then they tell you that's who you are.
mm.
So you have to prepare yourself for that. Otherwise, you just walking around here like you're on God. You'll be correct, but your works won't manifest that. They'll manifest that of the thing that you despise. So from surrendering your will, meaning your own uh, aspirations, like yo, I want to win the lottery. Like that's what you want. I want to liberate my family, past, present, and future. That's the lottery over here.
Mhm.
And I'm doing that. I'm working that way. How am I doing that? Working on self in that aspect, in those aspects, and help guiding my family along the process. Also putting endeavors and situations in place for their future. So forever is a blink of an eye to some folks, and forever is a long time to others. That 9,000 miles could be a step if you don't want to take it. Or it's easy as taking a step. And then that step, you go 9,000 miles. So from hearing the process of surrendering the will to being married or wed to the process of surrendering the will is another thing. People be like, oh, it sounds good. Oh, it must be nice. Then try it then. Then do it. So that aspect of those processes over the years, hearing, seeing, witnessing, observing, and implementing, living, going through the spaces of correction, going through the spaces of accountability, reconciling, all of those things and aspects of self put you in a better position to be able to deal with calamity when it comes up, because it always comes. But if you're going off your will, then you're only dealing with your will. And your will ain't good for everything. It's only good for you. So the source of my voice, the passion, the compassion, the love, the war, all of it. All of it. When you start looking at it like, man, sound like my uncle. I sound like, oh, you look like this person or that person, this person, that person. When you go to that pantheon, you don't need no heroes or sheroes outside of your family. And you respect and regard family as family. The system of white supremacy, Dr. Bobby Eugene Wright said, that don't exist. It's black versus white. And we still didn't get it. Still didn't get it. They talk about system, racism, white supremacy. Who implements systems? Families do. So if your family ain't your GDP, your gross domestic product, then you're going to be subject to somebody else's GDP. What you eat, what you wear, all of it don't come from your family or somebody in your family dynamic. It's coming from somebody else's family, and they don't care nothing about you. So again, ancestral lineage, elders, family, young people, elders, ancestors return, and our children, all of those people have a resonance. The forces of nature have a resonance. All of it has a resonance within you and without you. So what side of it are you going to be on? Once you accept brother, sister, cousin, aunt, uncle, niece, nephew, all of that. Once another child enters into that family, everybody's role changes. You go from a son to a father to a grandfather to a great grandfather to a great. You understand what I'm saying? That process, because of the cycle repeating. Once the cycle repeats, everybody gets in graduation. So where's that in evidence to your village? So I wanted to convey in words, in as little words as possible, what life means to me. Because if you don't think life means anything, then life won't mean anything to you. Until somebody you love ain't here no more. Or somebody you hate ain't here no more. Either way it goes. It happens. Right? No, we cousins. So the relationship between life and life is dualism. So your perspective. So that part I just wanted to add it in there real quick and so you know, you with your family. Like that. You'd be like, oh, I ain't messing with such and such. And then you get the word. It don't even have to be your family. It could be your homegirl, whomever, blah, blah, blah. You get the word, you be thinking about all the things you didn't say. So say them. You be thinking about all the things they ain't doing. Don't do them. That's how life happens in the physical world. Somebody ain't finished something. So you here to finish it.
Mhm.
They ain't learned something. You here to learn. You thinking it's you. Like, nah, it's me. It's all me by myself. Like you got here, y'all. Free will. Like you got here. Like you just showed up here. So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I said we got the power of the black family ready to rock.
pull it up real quick. I cut in before you could ask the question. So if you had a question before we get into it,
Well, I said, it was more so an observation, and it's damn near like I said, like a spiritual guide or a religious manual, almost the way it's laid out. It's a ritual. It's like a ritual manual. Um, Someone reading it, and then they understand the mindset, because it's something that actually serves the purpose of focusing and directing the mind. Each one of those, reflections, and it organizes and reorganizes and focuses the attention, reorients the attention, focuses the mind. Um, Deprogram and reprograms, right? The mind, and the starting it out the way you did, um, bridging the timelines, right? Bringing the timelines into alignment, with your parents, and you know, you being the essential axis, and then your children for the future, right? Like it's a very, very powerful uh you know tool, for those that you know pick it up. They you know step in. What I would advise, right? um so when you read it, you know step into the, like you said, the reader is the star, right? Or saying the main character, right? So step into the start. Look at it like a cosmology. Look at it like an instruction manual in creation, and you know put your ancestors there, right? Put your children there, and then enter into that meditative state, right? That meditative space, right? Before you move out to do whatever you're looking to do. And what I'm saying, even if you're picking one specific reflection to focus on, right? So you read the whole joint, and then you got certain ones that's like your, yeah, this me right here, right? Like that's the medicine. That's the medicine, right? Then you know it's like you was talking about the song with Ambassador On, and you and your sons listen to that intro over and over and over again, right? On repeat. Um, you know, it's like, that's what I mean. Like for me, I've been listening to Hustle and Motivate, right? Nipsey Hustle, right? Hustle and Motivate on repeat, right? You know what I'm saying? Like as I'm moving out on the hunt. And you know what you brought it's that type of work, but even with the way that you laid it out, it's a very, very powerful uh introduction with the dedication that someone could actually ritualize it and do some things with it, like and put them into a very powerful space, and focusing on one of those reflections to follow up. Put your ancestors there, put your children there. What what we doing? Right? Like I said, because it's what we doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's go. So yeah, it's very, very very powerful.
Yeah, I was still motivated. Yeah, that's one of the joints right there. Um, Michael B. Jordan said that he put that in the movie for what's the brother's name that played his suit test. What's his name?
And
Creed 3.
oh, how you say how you say brother that's supposed to be King the Conqueror, right?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah. Oh, damn, man. Can't remember his name. He got, how you say, uh, hold on. I got you. Jonathan,
Majors. There you go.
there you go.
There you go. Yeah. So he put it in the film for him, he said. So that was his ring walk. You know what I'm saying? He come out, hustle and motivate. You know what I mean? So it was like this elaborate thing on one side and this on the other side. So he kind of embodied that Clubber Lang type of situation, and that was his suit test that he had to battle with.
Uh-huh.
One of the things that I wish that they would have done with the cast was take the show on the road, talk family, talk black family de-escalation, childhood trauma. The young sister in there, she was hearing impaired. You know what I'm saying? In real life. So these are issues that we not normally confronted with. How do you work through those challenges? Everybody on the set, the entire set, she said, had to learn sign language. So, and that was a thing for him. He wanted to make sure she was accommodated. She didn't want to go nowhere and be left out of whatever was happening or was going on. So she played his daughter, but she played his daughter true on the set, not just. So these are all kind of leading into the segue for Black Family, because these are some of the things that I addressed. And that was, we look at our families as powerless because we give other families power like they're powerful. They're full of our power. They're full of our attention. They're full of our influence. They're full of our spark. They're full of our endless supply of energy. That Matrix reference, you're a battery. Somebody say, oh, they put a battery in your back. They start talking like that. Right? So you're looking at power. The last dragon turned 40 years old on March the 22nd. He was looking everywhere. He was looking in everybody's culture. And he was looking for a master that was right in front of his face. And it took somebody who looked like him to suit test him into the hero he was supposed to be, that he was the whole time. So you got to lose an eye to see, right?
Yes, sir.
So he had to be reminded by his love interest, right? He sure looked like a master to me, for him to be able to come out of that baptism renewed. So he had to lose a couple eyes. You know what I'm saying? Little brother went from calling him a coward to a master because he ain't never seen him work. don't you go someplace and meditate on that, coward? But that was a catalyst. That was a catalyst for him to battle within himself. God help me if I ever have to use his art. When he used it though, and God help you now, not him. And this whole squad, right? So all those things in regards to that, we often forfeit our power thinking that we're going to be made powerful by somebody who you need your power in order to exist. So the power of Black family is the catalyst of the universe, the catalyst of the planets in rotation, all of those things, but we relegating it to some mundane, the scratch off is the answer to all my problems type of situation. And you just need to be reminded, just to be reminded of some of these things.
Yes, sir.
That was my little blurb about the why, the necessity. I promise they could go get Remembering No Sin. They could get all that in 1,000 times more. But if not, they can look at the cliff notes over here. You know what I'm saying? You should
I say, I say, I might have to do a second edition, right? I might be one of those biters, right? Might be one of those biters, I say great works, great works, and you're just getting started. I say as far as that road to a million Black stories.
Yeah, we on the way.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When Melvin said, "I'm baby boy, I'm on the job." That's what he said. I'm on the job.
Yeah. Yeah. One thing for sure, we know you ain't just talking, you ain't just yapping. You know what I mean? Putting the pedal to the metal, cooking with gas.
Can you see it in the suit? Or,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
as soon as I stopped screen sharing that, my intro played on that other joint. So surprises out here.
Oh, it's sweet, huh?
Man, it's all good. Ain't nothing going on but the rent. That's what they were saying. So this is the power of Black family, a global testament of triumph, tradition, and healing. The soundtrack for this is Bomani, United Front General. His song "Mountains on the Moon." So I had to take it back. I had to take it back to Lumumba's Revenge. Lumumba's Revenge album sound like Avenging Osir. So again, these things working, right? The journey back home, the journey back within self, all these things matter, right? So our brother Bomani, he allowed me the opportunity to use his song. This is the second song I used from him, or third anyway. Third, yeah. God of My Gun and Dear Revolution. So now, Mountain to the Moon, because we're charting this course back home. Charting this course back home, back within self. So we'll play it as we go through.
Because our ancestor Ake Khufu traveled thousands.
Yo, brother, why we climbing this mountain?
Because our ancestor Ake Khufu traveled thousands of miles as our ancestors took civilization from here all the way to what we call Kemet today, where the Arabs have invaded and ruled. And our ancestor Khufu
What he say?
And Narma, who opened the first dynastic period, said there must be a 26th dynastic period. Only way to get there It's for Africans from around the world who care about our people, who hate our enemies, are willing to kill and destroy. To get there, they got to climb this mountain and go back to their ancestors. So we got to go.
Be with you, brother.
Sitting at the foothills of the mountains of the moon, staring at the horizon, the war is coming soon. Sitting thinking and contemplating about black power moves. Still gotta take the time to watch the flowers bloom while you saving up dough. Trying to buy a car, I'm investing in gold bars and trying to buy a farm. The elder barber told me you could never be a man if you can't grow your own food, so buy your own land. I'm building my own home with my own hands, buying an arsenal to supply the whole fam. I'm going back to the motherland, reconnect with the brothers and bring the blocker, the straight to cracking like rubber bands. I'm in Uganda in the city of Kampala, talking black economics and how to make $1 million. Made it to the top of the mountain and saw the landscape and shaking with my words cause I'm firm just like a handshake. Trackers want to try to stop the movement like a handbrake. It's the ancestral spirits that gave this man strength. African insurrection music. United Front is the vanguard of the movement. Yeah. My ancestral spirits is talking to me. My ancestral spirits is talking to me. My ancestral spirits is talking to me. My ancestral spirits is talking to me.
The resurrection of African people.
But as long as you running around here wearing the white man's name, bragging about you wanted to join or wanted to rap.
The 26 dynastic period. The extermination of the white race. The resurrection of the African. Nobody can stop us.
Nobody. Sitting at the top of the mountain, beating the djembe. Think about the brothers on the block like the Kimbe. Training, deep meditation like a sensei. Rocking dashikis made out of kente. Feeling proud, looking down at the clouds. Always standing on my square, never dropping my crown. Building with the elders, 1 foot in the now. It's my duty to protect the black woman and child. Yeah, ready to brawl like I'm a Carl Cabral. My body is my temple, Taj Mahal. See, my mind is the monument. Words are the documents containing the wisdom to teach the populace about the white devils, the European apocalypse. Grabbing machetes for me to chop them with. Got the black 9, yeah, and I'm cocking it. Loaded with hollow tips, ready for me to pop them with.
Time.
Ancestral spirits is
When your leaders.
my ancestral.
So you with me?
Yeah, I know some of them people. I know some of them people. What it said. What it said.
Hey,
What it said.
if they ain't invested in the book, they ain't gonna know it. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna know it. Hey, I wanted to show our families. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to show our families, the families that we love. You know, doing what they do.
What it said. Yes, sir.
You see Baba Ajay and his queen. You see Olu and his queen. You know what I'm saying?
Yo.
Or my twin brother from the Behudet clan. You know what I'm saying? And my Sasa Kari, the head. You know what I'm saying? With the J clan out here getting busy. You know? We need to see that imagery. You know, we ain't gonna see this on TV. You know, the skirt dude got the game on Smash. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna see none of this on the TV. We're gonna see dysfunction. You're gonna see dysfunction. You're gonna see hysteria. You're gonna see all whatever is going on. So you gotta be clear looking at these things. You know what I'm saying? This is our destiny. This is our future. This is what winning look like. So we ain't shy away from the issues, the trauma and the drama, you know, the Humpty Dumpty great fall, the fall into depression, the fall into trauma, the fall into drama, but we don't live there. It's a displacement from where we live, where we exist, where we dwell, you know. So we're rising up out of the ashes in that way.
Do all that they can do. They take as far as they can take.
My ancestral spirit
In the last battle,
the
warrior class. It takes over for God. It takes over for the people.
Yeah, that's Dr. Mott Steen Camp and some of her students. You know, they doing the Steen Camp right now over the summer. So, you know, what's on? It's in the summertime. You know, what's your summer plans?
It takes over for the ancestors. There's only one person left in the end. And that's the warriors, Bomani.
Yeah.
They take you to the finish line.
Made it to the top of the mountain and got initiated into a brotherhood of stone cold liberators. Took an oath No way to be infiltrated and choose my weapon, the black or the nickel plated. I break this oath, may I die a horrible death. My ancestors made it guide my steps, and I'ma fight like I'm the last one left. My heart too big, it may collapse my chest. With the spirit of Desaline, I'm clean. No weed and nicotine, no cocaine, crack, no dope with promethazine. This cracker is a demon, but you acting like a diva. Black woman is a goddess, almighty queen of Sheba. Just try to live without her, that'll make you a believer. Like my option, keep me balanced with the scale like a Libra. Gotta be a good example, brother, see me as a leader. But don't try to twist the meaning if you see me in the beamer, cause you know I got the heater. Putting that work in, sweating by the leader, cause I'm shaking and I'm fiending just to hear a cracker screaming, begging and pleading for his life. Then I poke him with this knife and leave him leaking. I'm fully dedicated.
Healing through forgiveness. Healing through the forgiveness. And so like these are we show our family values by valuing other people's values. So we forfeit our value when we assign value to others, right? So healing through forgiveness. Forgiveness in this society looks like weak. It looks weak. But they forgive in private and condemn in public. We forgive in public and condemn in private. So this role reversal, we're looking to them when they was looking to us. We have to see ourselves in the righteous light. We have to see the value. That's where the power comes from. The power lies within the value. Your value system, what you accept for value, what you deem valuable. Otherwise, you could be hit with an inner orientation. The trader made an inner orientation saying they would receive more gold for their labor, more than they were earning in their own country, more twice. So again, these are things that we can look at. We can consider. Your family should be sitting down and drawing up documents. What everybody's prepared to do for what the family goal is. You're looking for allies outside of your family, and they working in the best interest of their family. Are you working in the best interest of your family? Or you worried about whatever the devil going to say on the damn news?
Dedicated to African liberation, and I'm patient because I know it takes time to build a nation. I'm fully dedicated to African liberation, and I'm patient because I know it takes time to build a nation.
What do you say, Nasir? I'm fully dedicated to African liberation. I got patience because I know it takes time.
To build a nation. Yes, sir.
Time. That time, effort, sacrifice, dedication, that hustle, motivate. Where we at with it? Isn't this worth it? So these pictorial images that were selected, everything is intentional. Isn't this worth it? Isn't this worth it? Isn't these things that we're seeing on these pages, isn't it worth it? You got everybody family business, but you ain't about the business of your family. Time should be up for that.
My ancestral spirit is talking to me. My ancestral spirit is talking to me. My ancestral spirit is talking to me. My ancestral spirit is talking to me.
If you stand here at the mountains of the moon, you should feel, really blessed. Your entire journey and tour has been a journey.
Like I said in the show, I ain't run away from it. They like, oh, it ain't all love and light. All right, well, let's get into the darkness. I live here. What you doing here? So, let's go. You go from the darkness to the light, though. What we doing in the light? So these are all Black family curricula subject matters to discuss, to break down, to hear what it is. Like, nah, you were infiltrated. You want to allow the infiltrators to show up like they the hero? We doing Hegelian dialectic? How do we overcome emotional suppression? How do we overcome cycles of mistrust? These are all spaces that are critical towards our own analysis. We call each other the worst things that we could call each other and make it seem like it's the best language. Are we taking it back? Taking what back? And who you taking it from? The space and cycle of mistrust only exists within us. It don't exist nowhere else. They tell you it's chicken. It could be cat, rat, or dog. You're going to eat it. And you're going to pay that money for it. You ain't going to question it. You ain't going to ask them. You ain't going to look around in their place to see if it's sanitary. But you at your cousin's house talking noise. You at your auntie house talking noise. But you ain't in that Chinese restaurant, that Italian restaurant, that Arab restaurant asking them nothing. You can't even see behind the bulletproof glass. You ain't asking them nothing. But you at your family house talking shit. So we gotta work. We gotta look at it. We gotta recognize. We gotta work through it. We gotta go from being at war with each other because I'm right. No, I'm right. No, I'm right. No, I'm right. To moving forward. So therapy should be your culture. Your culture should be your healing. Dr. Memani said a people's culture is their immune system. So we should be reconnecting, remembering. So these are just some suggestions to restore or help with the disconnect. Ancestral veneration. Well, maybe if they've seen it in centers now, they should be all right. They should be looking for cousins. Be cousins, you know?
The journey of blessing, standing on holy ground. And I mean, you're right inside the pyramid. The original pyramid is this one. You're standing on the pyramid. And there are actually three of them. To tell you the three kings. The three kings. Now, underneath this pyramid is a lake shaped like the shape of Africa. And what that tells you with this lake shaped like Africa is to say, as you remember the pyramid, as you remember classical African history, as you remember your great achievement, just to know that you are doing it in the name of Africa and for the greatest good of African.
Got some resources here to work through, check out. I think that's my website. That should be. And this should be my intro that I hardly use. So again, bibliography, resources, all kinds of things. I always want to make sure I put some of that up in there so you can do your own research. So I think if I push play, that my actual intro, my old intro, will play. So cross my fingers right here in the Zoom.
Yo, peace and black power. It's your brother Knowledge from live. Do the Knowledge Radio. The place where knowledge is born. Knowledge Radio. This is 3K. Think Tank. This is 3K. Hey, this is 3K. I swear that knowledge is on. It's where I swear that knowledge is on. It's where I swear that knowledge is on. It's where I swear that knowledge is on. Who ran, who ducked, who drew down, return fire. We're the warriors, the healers, enlighten us. I'm tired of the same old, that game old with an upgrade. I'm a sunbather in the sun rays while my guns blazing, they come play. Level my level, not attainable.
valuable. I'm metal, not malleable. I'm a man, didn't need that manual. Reparations is incalculable. Yeah, we wanted in blood, dead in the begging, head in the beheading, metal to the meddling. Members is aggressive, getting to the Armageddon. Karma, seem calmer when it comes to retribution. Caliber, catalyst in my clips, and I use them on traitors and haters and the ones that spread confusion. Cause the devil's playground wasn't built for our amusement. Hey, hey, meet me at the guard hour. Hey, in these strange days, you gon' need a strong counter. Spin like Beyblade. Impenetrable armor, Orient aura. This story, this saga get gory before it get calmer. Keep holding that revolutionary posture. 85 on dip and dodger, but when they get monster, they turn into MC like earrings and become door knockers. I'm irate, they pirate the culture, send them to Davy Jones' locker. It's okay. Okay, let them think that you lost it. Be patient, this type of thing you can't force it. Play possum, but nah, not know about the road that they can't comprehend, cause the language is coded. We plan ideas and we plan explosives. Make your pockets go for more bits of more bread. The portal done open, they can't close it. You ain't got a sideline, you could cause more risk. No set birth date, no Dorian Gray portraits. It's about to get ugly if these devils can't forfeit. Ancestral memories, so no one won't forget. What we building is an impenetrable fortress for sure. Every show is just like a course ship, and my flow for sure tighter than your gal's corset. It's okay. Okay. We are the source, you can't outsource it. Even Spartans don't want no parts, Neff. What do you know? Before you know it, 3,000 wild Africans at your doorstep. Hey, meet me at the guard hour. Hey, in these strange days, you gon' need a strong counter. Spin like Beyblade. No, we will not cower while the rest they play safe. We will move with God's power. This is not for play. Honor my ancestors, play the Ori day. Peace to you, loved ones, stay dangerous and stay safe. AKAs and AKs coming to make their caves cave. Wreck the race like take case, stay dangerous and stay safe.
Just walk up on me, and they're just like, you know, you can just see the hunger in their eyes. Like as soon as you know what I mean? They was like, yo, you know, we a group, and we think that you would fuck with us, and you know, I'm telling you, like, we nice, and just give us a fucking chance type of shit, you know?
Nah, we could. You know what group you was talking about?
Say it again?
You know what group he was talking about, Lord Jamal? In that
Brand Nubian.
he was talking about Dead Prez.
Oh yeah, okay. That's right.
We did that interview on the 15th year anniversary of Let's Get Free. I believe. I think it was around that time, 15th year, whatever it was. So there we go. There we go. Yeah, I put Citizen in there from Baba Amin and Mami Koyo. So that's why the joint I was playing at the beginning, it stopped. But it was still going. So you get a chance to navigate through. You know, our goal is to win. And we are winning.
Sure.
You know. We're winning as we're preparing to win and already victorious. You know. We will be victorious without a doubt. That's what Dr. Bobby Eugene Wright said at the end of his talk. After everything he went through, we will be victorious without a doubt. So we can't make him a liar. We can't make our family liars. Their sacrifice was for ours. So we're interdependent. They're depending on us now. We're depending on them now. We ain't got no love for your family. I don't hear no love from nobody else. I need me. Be born and raised down the block. You know what I'm saying? Ain't that what I said? Be born and raised up the block.
I say it's a very, very, it's a very, very, very critical point, right? Like, the family, right? Family, right? And you're driving it home, and it's like, yo, nah, it needs to be, because we can't even talk. We can't talk nation building until we get that right. Until we get that right, until the family is solid and solidified and locked in. We we trying to build, the Great Pyramid with some mud bricks. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And that's just as as real as it gets. I say, I heard over the past weekend, one of our brothers say that the experience has redefined what family means, looks like, and what it could be for him. And I thought that was, if anything, like, if nothing else, was said by anyone positive, right, about anything that took place, that statement right there was like, damn, yeah, it's like that's what mattered. That meant that we were successful in, right, because that's the job. That's the job, right? And like, that book right there, I mean, even like I said, you said, oh, you said it's not all, you know, can't remember the phrase you use, right? But essentially, it's not all sunshine, it's not all
Love and light.
love and light, right. You said it's not all love and light. So it's like, okay, you wanna get into the dark, you wanna get into, you wanna deal with the shit. Come on, let's get into it. Let's go. And I thought that was like super, super critical. Right? It's you don't have an initiation without entering into the dark, and so it's a very, very um powerful layout. you know it's moving. Yeah, I keep saying, like, it needs to be curriculum, right? Like you need, if you have an African centered, a pan African um organization, school, platform, these books need to be curriculum. They need to be required reading. They need to be a course of study not just in terms of content, but also in terms of curriculum development. You know, like this is like blueprint level stuff. You know what I mean? And you know, I think that. Oh, and let me say to the folk that got them platforms, y'all need to get our brother on your platform. Got that? What are you doing? You know what I'm saying? You know, you see the work being done, right? You see the work being done, and you know, 9 times out of 10, 9.9 times out of 10, more than likely, if I point the finger at you, call your name, you'd have been on do the Nameless radio, you'd have been on, been on the broadcast, right? 9 times out of 10, 9.9 times out of 10. So, you know, if you have a platform, our brother should be on your platform. Promote this one. You know what I mean? So I just need to say that, right? I just need to say that. Um, you know, you should be able to make some time for our brother. You know, I say all he gotta do is holler at me and I make time. You know what I mean? And I'm busy, got a clan and everything just like everybody else. So I don't want to hit shit. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? So, got a platform. Let's get our brother on the platform so we can get this work out there because it is quintessential work. You know? Um just gotta say that, right? Just gotta say that. I hate to say it, but hopefully it ain't a hater in our hearts that that's getting in the way of us doing what we know we should do for one another, right? So we're in this thing together, in this work together. It's great work of liberation, right? The restoration of our people, nation building, etc. So on. So let's celebrate and promote those that work tirelessly, selflessly for our people around the clock in every way imaginable that you can think of. So I just want to say that. All right. But yeah. I say the work itself needs to be curriculum, right? Um, big, how you say, see you in the comments or Sam Ka. Shout out to your brother. That's a pool. Say move how you move. Yeah. How you
See you,
say?
star.
Yeah. How you say? I say if you got your platform popping, get our brother on your platform. What's up? You know what I mean? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yo, ATM Motel. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Do want to tell. Do want to tell. Yeah. So we got this. You know, these great works. Power of the Black family. That's one of those. That's one of those ones. Laying out the blueprint. The imagery is on point. Okay. Yo, I say, Saw said, hey, that's a bet. Said, come on to Column. Columns join as well. Hey. What are the youngins saying? Say less. So they say less. Right?
Kalam would say nothing. You know what I'm saying? Say nothing.
That's it.
over there with the Titans. Okay, let's see.
Talk with the Titans. All right, yeah. I say we need to get that Voices of the Diaspora, get that Power of the Black Family, get that from Nameless and Knowledge. Right, we need to get all them joints over there in the UK. Get it all throughout Europe. Every nook and cranny where there's an African presence, right? We need to get this work out there. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I say definitely, brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, all right, all right. Yes, sir. Yo. So we got volume 7 locked and loaded.
To you. Did you have any other questions or whatever it was for the Black family, Tower of the Black family, before we go to the next joint, though?
I think the main question that I would have is, as far as, like you mentioned, the importance of like your family. Like you made these books for your family. You keep talking about your sons, right? If they're going to read it, your aunt saying like, "Yo, how can we get the books?" Um, we've talked. I don't know how much you want to go into um right here, right? But we've talked about some of your other work, right, that you do, outside of this. And one of the things that you mentioned was about like, yo, if you don't, like, if you're not right with your family, or if you don't mess with your family, then it's like, you can't trust them, more words or less. um with the other work that you do, right, without going into detail, how, far as me, you can go in as much detail as you want, right? But how critical is that point, and how critical is, you know that book to addressing that issue that could get in the way of solidifying, like the, dealing with the trauma, dealing with the dark, right? How critical is that to solving the problems that lead to other critical problems and security issues that could result as a result of not dealing with those problems?
I want to read something from Remembering Osir, and I'll
No,
answer your question if I couldn't. So,
volunteer.
when Osir came of age, he married Osset, and the two of them left home and traveled to Kemet to settle and create something for themselves. When they entered Kemet, they found a land in a state of chaos. The land was uncultivated. It lacked definition. There were no borders or channels. They found the people in a savage state. They preyed upon one another, robbing and killing, the next for bread, pardon me, just for bread, and sometimes for sport.
Mm.
Due to the lack of knowledge of agriculture and land cultivation, the land was impoverished and lacked food. The people resorted to eating one another. After objectively observing the situation, Osir made an assessment and he knew exactly what to do. I see potential, Osir said, with a smile on his face. Osir's eyes bucked wide from Osir's response. Potential for what? Osir looked quizzically as she turned from the sight of a man biting a chunk out of another man's leg. Osir grabbed her and smiled. Chaos precedes order, my dear. The very existence of chaos contains within it the seed, the potential of order, said Osir. Osir then walked up to the man that was eating another man and asked him some questions. Why are you eating this man? Said Osir. Why does any man eat? I'm hungry, so I have to eat. The man replied, that is true. Yes, that's true, but why are you eating this man? Osir asked, because we've eaten all of the animals, so man is all that's left, he replied. What then will you eat when you're the only man left? Osir asked gently with a smile on his face. The man thought about it for a second as tears fell from his eyes, for he was without other men. He would surely die. Osir, seeing that reached the man's conscience, began to teach him. Surely life is eternal, and the food that perpetuates life has roots and contains a seed that when the leaves and the fruits thereof have been eaten, you will find hidden within it a seed containing the potential of the tree, the leaf, and the fruit that once planted in fertile soil will yield a harvest that will be self-perpetuating, granting you life for lifetime, said Osir. If you eat the fruit or the leaf of the tree or the plant, you will find that they will live again. However, if you eat a man or an animal, you will not find them self-perpetuating, for they, as you, will eventually die, and you will not have a seed nor soil from which to sprout again, Osir said.
Mm.
The man stopped what he was doing and humbled himself before Osir's wisdom, of which he had no doubt was divine in origin. Would you please teach me how to cultivate the land? The man asked. Seeing that the man was fully receptive, Osir agreed. Osir then healed and restored the man that was being eaten and taught the two men how to harmonize and work together. In this manner, Osir went about establishing Ma'at, law and order in the land. With the law being established, Osir and Aset proceeded to teach the people how to cultivate the land. If I could read that, and as I was reading, if you didn't see yourself, then you weren't listening to the right story. Chaos precedes order. So we went through the process of life, and then we went through the process of chaos. We went through the process of confusion. We went through the process of doubt. We went through the process of depression, and then the justification for being in a state of condition.
Mm.
You went from a bountiful space that was bountiful and that was flourishing to a space where it's not working now because you are not working in it. You abandoned those ways that were there. You wanted to do your own thing. You wanted to be the prodigal son. You wanted to be the prodigal daughter. I don't want to deal with what the family got going on. What else are you going to do? If you're not dealing with what your family got going on, we're going to be dealing with what somebody else's family has going on. And I promise you, Even in that family, there was issues. Every family got issues. How you work through them issues is something. I'm mad at my brother, so I'm gonna set my brother up for the fall, and I'm gonna be after his family.
Mm.
So we gotta think about those things. We gotta look at how powerful satisfaction and dissatisfaction. They're dualisms. They cousins of one another, right? So you see one brother, you see this other brother, you see this family. You're looking for how the disconnect came. I understand how our enemy works because they're an enemy. The greatest heartbreak that I faced was asking who was responsible for where you are. I went from hearing the police, the schools, different things, the hospitals, all those other places to my uncle.
Mm.
And if I didn't have this foundation, I would have been crushed. I couldn't hear that, oh, my mother or my brother, my friend. I couldn't hear those stories if I wasn't already prepared for them. So I was prepared from birth, prepared from life, prepared from life lessons and all those. So looking in the situation, I was prepared. That don't mean it didn't hurt. So drawing from these experiences, it's okay to be reading these books, right? It's okay to hear about these stories until you end them stories, right? So, till you
Yes, sir.
losing that eye to see. Till you left for dead from somewhere, when you dealing with betrayal, all those things that happen from within. A couple of years ago, I was given a discussion about God needing a counselor, right? Does God need a therapist? Was the question. And, folks like, God. I'm like, all right, how do I frame this? It's going to be palatable. I looked at the 12-step program when the 12-step program came into existence, right? And what the goal was. So I'm looking at the Genesis 1 versus Genesis 6 comparison, right? Genesis 1, it was all good. Everything that God made was good. 5 chapters later, all of a sudden, there was some issues, right? Real issues. It started from chapter 2 on up. Every instance now is some other shit. Like, yo, sons of God seen the daughters of men, and they was fair, and it just was like, forget it, yo. I'm about to go get me some wives from here. Never mind that I'm a child of God. See the daughters of men ways. See what they hitting for.
Mm-hmm.
So that little bit of dissatisfaction could even deceive those who are supposed to be the lawgivers. They go from the lawgivers to the lawbreakers.
Mm.
So you could be brought back from that. So the giants in those days, they was running rampant. And someone who was supposed to be the least of them was tried because it's like, I'm about to destroy the earth, everything. It's my fault, son. I messed this up, so I'm gonna handle it, right? I'm gonna destroy it all. I'm gonna destroy everything. Then in that instant right there, seeing Noah. Noah, wild for the night. Noah out there, he loving them grapes. He learned how to trick them grapes, and he in the space of despair. And he see him as perfect in his generation. So if this is the quote unquote least of him, similar to this story, right? If I can work with the least of them and make the least of them the best of them, there's hope for them. Not there's no space of cultivation. If I can't cultivate the mind or the heart, it's not useful land.
Mm.
The poor part became the poor part because of neglect. So they're like clean glass, dirty glass. No, it was one glass. So you couldn't see this thing happening inside of yourself. Somebody had to see it outside of you. So the two glasses concept worked for those. But we got one glass, like we got one vessel, like we got one existence, continual, perpetual. And even if we try to stagnate it or whatever we do, we just delay or prolong the process. You come willingly or you get drugged. Either way you going. So it's the life, right? So in this space, with those issues in the family, even if something happened to them, even with their betrayal, and they found out that they was no longer in existence, it would still grieve their heart.
Mm.
Because that was done out of a space of emotional. But retribution has to take place. So because of the work and because of the risk, those things had to be understood. So you know what's next, right? The ones who say yeah, they understand, and the other ones who don't, they won't. So even in that space, as egregious as all of those things sounded, there's still the Osirian mind and tradition of seeing potential. The look darkest before the dawn. All these adages that we use until you walking in the darkness, stumbling, fumbling, whatever the case may be, unless you train and prepare for the dark. You looking at light now after you train your eyes for the dark and it's bright. It messes with your vision because your eyes got to tune to the darkness. So you ain't rejoicing in the light immediately. It takes time for your eyes or your perception to adjust. So you can look at your family in the most repudiated state and be abhorred about it, or you can see potential. So nobody at the 12-step program is there because they better than anybody who comes in. They have a commonality. Everybody in that space had a day zero and a day one. So they come back knowing that in any day, no matter how many day ones that they have going forward, you could be back at day zero. So they derive strength from that space of reconciliation and they continue to work.
Mm.
So your body, the members of your family, that body, that mind can regenerate, can heal, can reconcile with many atrocity unless it's the most egregious thing in the world. So we work through situations where they have another chance. If not, life and death is in the power of the tongue.
Mm.
You don't get the right response. It is how it is. That sort of profession shouldn't exist. But because these other professions exist that seek to rob you, to capitalize off your suffering, the eradication of them have to exist on the other side. Sideward. Very mind. until we get to a point to where which we don't need a scapegoat, we don't need something to be in the place of it. We reach the level of the goal of the king, who don't need cleanups, who don't need sacrifices, who don't need any of those things. So that when that crowning takes place. So in this work and in life, all of it's one existence. I've been the child that was distant and the child that was close. I've been the one that was wayward and the one that was dutiful. And we was brothers and cousins, okay? So I heard you say the Bible is the place where he knows. So that's a place, like that's familiar. We go to what's familiar, who familiar. Regardless of time, space, regardless of land, language, whatever it is. So all of those things work. We know them by their works. We know them how they smell. It smells like one of us, or he don't. So all of these traditions that are seemingly text to some folks, their lives that we lived. So at the beginning, if you remember, talking about, the autobiography of Malcolm X, yo, was trying to change my life, son. You know how many people I heard say that? They didn't become the best version of themselves, though. They read it. They read someone who were in their like condition, transformed themselves from the inside out, and never went back. That's why they still say their name. But if they knew somebody in their family, if they watched their father, if they watched their mother, if they watched their aunts, their uncles, their siblings, whomever it is, go from addicted to redeemed on whatever level, that's a different thing. Would they look at it like they look at Malcolm? Would they look at their uncle, their aunt, their family member like if they do, then that's holistic. If they only can see it over there and they can't see it here, if they can only see it outside and they can't see it inside, there's no cultivation happening. So the life lessons, they become lessons when you choose them to be for you. They already happened, right? That's what the Oracle said to Neo and Matrix 2. Like, you already made the choice. You here because you want to understand why you made the choice. So the wisdom of our sages, the teachings of Ptah, man who can't control his appetite will be controlled by his enemy. Oh, the devil told him to eat the wrong foods. Whatever pantheon throughout history, we'll find it. We'll find it. We'll find it because we wrote it. We'll find it because we said it. Somebody heard us say it, wrote it down, and they passed it in off as theirs. So we're learning on this journey, and everybody and everyone that's connected to us is learning also. We're learning together. So power of the Black family. Right? Volume 7, our scholars, our educators, because we get real Greek, we get real Asian, we get real Asiatic, you know what I'm saying? We get real Bruce Leroy, you know what I'm saying? We saw that movie, The Last Dragon, and we looked at it and was like, oh, that was dope. I was like, yo, do you see the psychological mind job that's here, that's happening? We see A man fighting himself internally and externally, and the world benefiting off of the fact that he doesn't know who he is. He's fighting himself, he's fighting his family, he's giving of himself to the world, and no regard for himself. The Asian dudes is out there trying to act like soul brothers, and the soul brother out there trying to act Asiatic. He out there, Bruce Lee on his wall, and Bruce Lee studying you. You Bruce Leroy, and Bruce Lee is trying to be the best Leroy. He's studying all of these black fighters to cultivate a style because he didn't stay in his school long enough to master Wing Chun. If he mastered Wing Chun, there would be no Jeet Kune Do. So he wasn't in school long enough to graduate. So he had to hodgepodge it together. Then I'm joking, was MMA. So we used to just call it guerrilla warfare. We had to learn how to do a little bit of everything, but the mind is something that you had to train to be able to execute it all. And the heart to do it when it was time. So this volume is an ode to our teachers, our educators, a few of them, because, if I wanted a million stories, it could just be in that subject. And I would find a million educators. So just a million stories so we could actually deal with our stories. Before I turn the page, I just want the family to hear this song. Teach the babies. I just want them to hear it. Like, you could close your eyes if you want to. Like, you got somebody you love next to you, pull up next to them and just listen to the song. Before I turn the page, I just want y'all to hear this song.
Hey. Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the schools. Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the fools. Or else they be lost like you, spending half their life trying to find the truth. Teach the seeds. 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 Teach the seeds.
I am the black woman. Some know me as Queen Hatshepsut, Queen Nzinga, Harriet Tubman, and Winnie Mandela. From this day forward, I pledge my life to the liberation of my people. I will be a supportive, responsible, and loving mate. The black man will respect me when he sees me because I am the black woman, the original woman, mother of civilization and nurture of the black nation.
Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the fools. Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the schools. Or else they'll be zealots like you, spending half their life trying to find the truth. Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the schools. Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the fools. Or else they'll be lost like you, spending half their life trying to find the truth. Teach the seeds. 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 Teach the seeds.
I pledge allegiance to my black people. I pledge to develop my mind and body to the greatest extent possible. I will learn all that I can in order to give my best to my people in their struggle for liberation. I will keep myself physically fit, building a strong body free from drugs and other substances which weaken me and make me less capable of protecting myself, my family, and my black brothers and sisters. I will unselfishly share my knowledge and understanding with them in order to bring about change more quickly. I will discipline myself to direct my energies thoughtfully and constructively rather than wasting them in idle hatred. I will train myself never to hurt or allow others to harm my black brothers and sisters. For I recognize that we need every black man, woman, and child to be physically, mentally, and psychologically strong. These principles I pledge to practice daily and to teach them to others in order to unite my people.
Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the fools. Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the schools. Or else there'll be zealots like you, spending half their life trying to find the truth. Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the schools. Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the fools. Or else they'll be lost like you, spending half their life trying to find the truth. Teach the seeds. Teach the seeds. Teach the seeds.
Economics,
Teach the seeds.
black science,
Teach the seeds.
mathematics, agriculture,
Teach the
good health, black love.
It's time for
Say go far. It's time to go back. It's time for say go far.
It's time to go back. It's time for say go far. It's time to go back. It's time for say go far. It's time to go back.
Yo. Power.
This is what our children are producing. You know, this was a Saturday school. This was a liberation school that Omwali, Ambassador Owari United Front, him and True, these are their children. These are the children that came to their school on Saturday.
Wow.
And they came in one day and the children presented this pledge. This is a pledge that they said over and over, over and over. So that day, they caught them saying the pledge, like right on, like on beat, like, and that's what he put on the album. Are you teaching the babies? Are you teaching your children? What are you teaching your children? Are you preparing them? This is their pledge. What's your pledge? So I'm like, before I do anything, I want you to hear that this exists. This exists. You're not going to find it on your enemy station. You're not going to find it on there. It's not their job. Their job is to do what's in the best interest of their family. The devil Cohen, they said, people are issues. Well, he said talent are issues. Then he said talent. Then he said, why? He said, I got people to take care of. I got a family to feed. Why would he care about what your family is listening to? Why would they care about what your family is eating? They want you eating yourself. Mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. Why would they care about you? You are a useless eater to them. From the ruler to the tutor.
Big Paul Robin clean.
They waiting outside. They chopping at the bits, drooling. So, you know, Black Woman made that song and then they put the remix. They want you on the Rocky Road to Dublin. You outside turning up to the Rocky Road to Dublin. And you ain't from Dublin. They waiting for you. They gave you a grace period. And then after that grace period was coming, they was coming in, invited or not. So who invited them in? We got to be mindful of all of that. So this volume is dedicated to those who are proper stewards of our culture, proper stewards of our story, of our mythos, of our narratives, just a few of them. just a few of them that have dedicated their life and their resources, and a thing that they would have kept reserved for their own family, for our collective, go through this volume with this charge of teaching our babies. It's time for Sankofa. It's time to go back. I heard somebody, they said, "Oh, can you play the song again?" All right, I'll play the song again. All right.
Brother Ted, yes, sir.
Hey. Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the schools. Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the fools. Or else they'll be lost like you, spending half their life trying to find the truth. Teach the seeds. 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 Teach the seeds.
I am the black woman.
Oh, snap, is that Marcus Klein? Is that Freedom Home Academy International? Is that Dr. Baba Samara Kamara? Is that Kamali Academy?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I thought I was tripping a little bit. Is that Sister Claire Muhammad? Is that Dr. Betty Shabazz? Is that is that Amy Jacques? Wait. Is that Mabel Williams? All right. I thought I was bugging a little bit. Like, oh, okay. I'm gonna stop interrupting the music. They're like, just play the song and be quiet.
Some know me as Queen Hatshepsut, Queen Nzinga, Harriet Tubman, and Winnie Mandela. From this day forward, I pledge my life to the liberation of my people. I will be a supportive, responsible, and loving mate. The black man will respect me when he sees me because I am the black woman, the original woman, mother of civilization and nurture of the black nation.
Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the fools. Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the schools. Or else they'll be zealots like you, spending half their life trying to find the truth. Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the schools. Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the fools. Or else they'll be lost like you, spending half their life trying to find the truth. Teach the seeds. 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 Teach the seeds.
I pledge allegiance to my black people. I pledge to develop my mind and body to the greatest extent possible. I will learn all that I can in order to give my best to my people in their struggle for liberation. I will keep myself physically fit, building a strong body free from drugs and other substances which weaken me and make me less capable of protecting myself, my family, and my black brothers and sisters.
Uh-oh, who that in their car? Where they going?
Where
they going?
That's me and my rider, you heard me?
Hey, anywhere sometime to go. You understand what I'm saying?
Want to tell.
I remember this photograph, but I also remember the video. Y'all was riding, listening to Brick and Tie Head, the song Gone. I want them cows dead, shot in the head, breathing produced. Like the imagery for y'all, like that. Unless I'm tripping, unless I'm bugging out. I remember in my recollection. That's this picture was featured with that song in the background. You know what I mean? So got Dr. Ahmad, got Mama Cool, you got Cheyenne Liberator, Like these just little case studies over here working. Don't worry, I'm gonna turn the music back on. They're like, all right, here we go. Here you go talking again. All right.
I will unselfishly share my knowledge and understanding with them in order to bring about change more quickly. I will discipline myself to direct my energies thoughtfully and constructively rather than wasting them in idle hatred. I will train myself never to hurt or allow others.
Uh-oh. What's this? What's this right here?
What's that?
If you don't invest these things, you gonna miss all this. You're like, yo, I didn't know you was in here. I didn't know I was in here. You was in? I didn't know you was in here. You there? I didn't know. So I could tell who read and who didn't. I know some of my family from the Yabat, looking at these glyphs in the back and they reading them. Because they'll tell us that now Valley is it's dead. The Arabs running, all that, right? Oh, we ain't from there. We from West Africa. So all of the debates and the discussion, all of those things that are happening, all of that is because they don't have this book that's in the corners. That's a clean version. My workbook is working. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at the foremost primary source book on the culture of the Nile Valley, the greatest work I found, bar none. From the greatest family. You see the fam. Come on, look at the fam. Now you can't love this fam. You know what I'm saying? You want to go somewhere and be a tourist, or you want to go home? You want to go somewhere and be a tourist, you want to be somewhere looking like an outsider, feeling like an outsider and all that? Or you want to go home? You want to be embraced? So, all right, I'm going to put the music back on here. Y'all gotta stop bothering me, all right?
Others to harm my black brothers and sisters, for I recognize that we need every black man, woman, and child to be physically, mentally, and psychologically strong. These principles I pledge to practice daily and to teach them to others in order to unite my people.
Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the fools. Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the schools. Or else there'll be zealots like you, spending half their life trying to find the truth. Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the schools. Teach the seeds, don't leave it to the fools. Or else they'll be lost like you, spending half their life trying to find the truth. Teach the seeds. 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 It's time for Sankofa. It's time to go back. It's time for Sankofa. It's time to go back. It's time for Sankofa. It's time to go back. It's time for Sankofa. It's time to go back.
We got a video at the end. United Front. Got Bob Rudy, Dr. Mimbani, and Dr. Yabarudi here with Dr. Francis Chris Wilson. Peace be upon him.
Yes, sir.
Only in the shoe would know why I put this picture right here. It looked like somebody we know. You know what I'm saying? Look like somebody we know from the Nubian village. You know what I mean? Like when I seen him, he jumped out at me. I was like, oh, that looked like the OG.
Right there. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Like the OG. So this is United Front in Nicholas, Brooklyn. So since I had Bob Rudy on the last page, why wouldn't I have this video right here? Hopefully you play.
What it is, people, it's your boy Doggy Diamonds. We in Nicholas Books right here. We got the esteemed, the great elder, Baba Baruti with us right now. And I just want to ask you something. We got hip hop, we got music, we got all of that. But how important is the United Front bringing this African insurrection music?
It's beyond calculation. People don't understand the importance of bringing music to young folks that moves them on to being the kind of warriors that they need to be. This is a phenomenal thing for me because most of the stuff that's out there leads them in the direction that you're being. Most of the stuff that's out there leads them in the direction that's insane. So when you have people who are bringing truth, who are bringing it in a way that they love it, that they understand it's got the beat, it's got the music, it's got the people who look like them, that's a measure in terms of its value. That's one of the major complaints that we see. Other folks have co-opted our music. They take the beat and then they put the words to it that do not match what the words are going. United Front, African insurrection music, they are putting together the kind of tools that warriors need, the kind of words that warriors need to do this battle.
Big mouth. My big mouth. I got a big mouth. Can't help it. I talk from my heart. I'm real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I try to spook, but these crackers know who the hell I'm trying to fool. I squeeze like I'm playing accordions, playing Zydeco. Xylophone your bones, put the xenophobe under the microscope. Raise a hairy situation like a lycanthrope. Didn't flinch when I was lynched and came back with a tighter rope. I'm inconsolable, man, these devils gotta go. Cause they won't change, like Bruce Wayne sliding down a fire pole. Bati boy, we mobbing, this ain't a comic, this Haley's Comet. Something for the babies to look up to and be astonished. Something to let the traitors and haters know they can sleep with the codfish. While I reach for the heat that I preach to every enemy's dermis, starting with the top skin. Entry wound was tiny, exit wound the crater. Rest of your crew don't want it, they ready to sign waivers. I don't battle no more, but don't nudge it, I kill it so quick. Your man with ADHD still on the same subject. Disrespect my flag, I will dissect your hands. My rapping is automatic, my intellect won't jam. Listen, it's the Vanguard, my flow hotter than San Juan. Need to go get your person, my flow nastier than Monique in a ham thong. End of the day, I'm a man, Holmes. Ironically, they lack testicular fortitude and want a ball like Lance Armstrong. Aside from my wives, I've never been much of a compromiser. Run out of cheeks to turn, that cracker going straight sodomize ya. I'm real, pituitary to pioneer. Rhyme clear in Brooklyn, I'm a pioneer. I'm America's nightmare, young, black, and aware. Don't fraternize with devils, I ain't playing with you queers. Finna be a millionaire and never sell my soul. I'm selling liberation syllables that'll kill a foe.
This ain't no hustle, this is God's words. My rhymes like they proverbs, bring drama with the Mossberg. Line merge, faggots free, bring agony. My iron burns, whomever it might concern. Get yourself inside a urn. I tried to learn to get along, but since we can't, let's get it on. Thinking this is just a song of reckless talking. I beg your pardon, respect the squadron, or get dealt with in a violently fashion. No kind of compassion. I hate hats, crackers, and faggots like mob wars. Bring it right to the mattress. Rhyming assassin, black be riding like I'm Jonathan Jackson. Walk unknown parts. Wise don't be so sharp. I see beyond dark, bring forth supreme thought. Rebel like Pete Torch, I'm mean as the green hawk. My grade matter like Dave Banner. When he changed cameras, blaze hammers at plain clothes that wave cameras. My name branded, just a mention to bring damage. I walk through the valley of death and remain standing. These herbs try to coat this, double doses of Jersey dopeness. My freestyle ferocious, but I wrote this for the primordial malmolar and lion-hearted soldiers who die harder than roaches when pigs try to encroach us. Leave they mamas crying while they lying up in comas. Got the science of a cobra, staying silent when in motion, with the confident composure, strike you lifeless in the open. Righteously, I'm chosen with this knife to leave you soaking, or squealing, keeling over like you kneeling to Jehovah. Or red, black, and blue as eyes, crackers get brutalized. Black power, super fly, Mac under the suit and tie. Backriders, Ruger 9, Coupe Tech, Kool-Aid Kai. Get busy, do or die, kamikaze. drive to suicide. Kinda how we do it, ride, set me in my boot, survive. Whole squad in position, 1,000 rounds, hammers cocked, moving like the Mau Mau's, riding on Camelot, cruising through the deep south, rolling with the meters out. True freedom riders, damn right, that's what we about. Jay Black ain't here to play games, I came for cleaning houses. Worth the bottom line, yo, we at odds until it evens out.
I'm a menace to society, addicted to sobriety. Try me, bullets land, send you flying. You see the irony? I'm liberating colony through black power philosophy. You can never amount to me if you was tall as a mountain be. I like to thank every Negro who ever doubted me, cause now I'm the prototype how these rappers want their style to be. How the mentally dead thinking they live as me, they must be insane. Get folded and left like newspapers on a train. Every vessel, every vein is dedicated to bring pain, break you up and make change. Rapping hard to keep it clean as a blank page. To the crown of the throne, I'm here to make claims. Follow my lead, you are not in my league. Giving birth to ideas when the thought is conceived. I toss crackers in the coffin and leave. This MC put rappers in positions where they forced to concede. Despite the odds, I was born to succeed. I'm the God, best believe. I'm never slipping as I walk on the sea. Get the crowd out of their seats when I talk on the beat. Beat a cracker out of his cleats when he walk on my street. My sword, behead zealots, leave a devil dead. Hit his head with glowing red lead pellets. Don't you dare test us. Walk around bare-chested. I leave you there resting cause I air sessions. You cross-dressing, use a transgender. Get a hand severed, messing with this man's temper. Slam you like Dan Severn. Look me up, I am legend. I could be battling rappers down at the Summer Madness, but can't be seen with nobody gay as the son of magic. If you ain't got it, you gon' never have it. Cause you's a effing faggot. Murder crackers without effing bragging. I'm unpacking the chrome 357 Magnum. I'm after the gold, and after that the platinum. Not from selling albums, but taking back the land from where they found it. You astounded, every word that I'm pronouncing is denouncing white supremacy. I'm completing the trilogy. Me and Shay and the ambassador, the massacre. Pull out a carjack and beat a cracker up. Now pack it up. My opponent's bodies are stacking up. Quick to smack a punk and won't inflate your tires when I blast the pump.
Lot of mercy. Yo, my brethren them, United Front. Them not front for nobody, you know. You have to check them and keep it vibes with them, because strictly knowledge them drop on you every time. I must say, the king. Lot of mercy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yo, yo, yo. Isaiah, look. You took the syllabus off the joint, huh?
Yeah. You know.
You gotta pay for that. You gotta pay for that. Okay. Yo, so this particular volume dedicated to Black scholars, Black educators, right? So I got two questions. This is so there's been a trend. Let me phrase it like this. There's been a trend, let's say past maybe 5 to 7 years. You know, within the, I don't want to say Pan-African community, more so the, would be, African revolutionary community. I'm saying would be because I want to smoke, right? But there's been a trend that is has proven itself to be a very anti intellectual trend, right? It's like folk within the community waging war on intellectualism. How you say? It's the so-called conscious community, but there's been a war on consciousness, right? A war on quote unquote being conscious in the community. And so, whether it's being labeled as a hotep or, what I'm saying, whatever the case may be, right? Whatever phrase they want to use, right? We see this trend even making its way into like popular media, right? Like I remember when the sister Issa Rae, and the show she had or has, I stopped watching it probably after like the first joint, right? But even in that show, right, the use of the phrase or hotep or this, that, and third, right? First part of the question is, where do you think this trend is coming from, right? Internally, is it the folk? Is it plants? Is it you know uh, agent provocateurs or whatever the case may be, or is it like self appreciation, right? Right? Is it is it us eating ourselves, so to speak? Like what do you think that is? Where's it coming from? You know, because before you tackle it, right? Your in the earlier book, I think it was the from Nameless to Knowledge, where I saw you mention, the books and the authors that kind of raised you, right? Like, I saw, Anwar Muhammad, saw Chicken to Deal, right? I saw you mention, you know, these intellectual giants that, if anybody that is, I would have to look at you strange if you didn't say that these folk are like are not the forefathers of what we call black consciousness. You know what I'm saying? And the consciousness of African liberation, right? So it's like understanding like the origins and then the current trend. Where do you think this shit is coming from?
Is this one of them all of the above questions right here?
Okay.
Robert Steve Coakley, his soul return, peace and blessings be upon him and his family, was on the 17th. They know him for two categories, Boule and Naming the Names, but that wasn't it. He did 5,000 lectures in his life. 5,000. 5,000. Each one of them was a book that came from his research, from the books he read, up all night, all of this to give us these things on overhead projectors, these transparent, all of these things working, presenting. What we gave him in return was nothing. We gave him in return was nothing. There was no money that we could pay him for what was in his mind, and we didn't pay him no money half of the time. He's there in the midst as an authoritative figure who lost everything in his life, sacrificed time away from the family, survived assassination attempts, and detailed assassination attempts from prominent figures that we hold dear. The amount of time, effort, and energy he's still teaching us now. If you watch anything, you'll see now. You are dismayed because you ate from the tree of your enemy. Like, well, William Cooper said, I'm like, man, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Like you ain't got no clue. If you over there doing your intelligent work, you hate yourself, you demean yourself and disgrace yourself because you see everybody else that's as your enemy. That's your saving grace. You're not your saving grace. You're an enemy to you. So what else would you call you? I can tell by what you call you perpetually how you see yourself. And the justification is just like that, the story in Remember No Seer, Avenging the Seer. This man was biting another man's leg, like, I gotta eat. Why is crime being permitted? Because you gotta eat. Why are you stealing? Why are you robbing? Why are you lying instead of building and cultivating? They both take work. Ain't nothing easy. How you've become so addictive to being self-destructive. If it don't exist in here, it don't exist out there. So if you ain't an N word or a B word inside of your mind, it ain't in your reality. If you raise your family a certain kind of way, they don't know nothing about that. It's like pork. They're like, you ain't never ate no pork ever in your life. What are you talking about? And they look at you like you from outer space, like you from another planet. And then they double down with their family values or lack of family matters. Well, my grandmama ate pork until she was 1,000. What does that mean? What does that have to do with me? So if you ain't never ate meat, I'm trying to describe to you what it tastes like. You don't know what I'm talking about. That's not your thing. So a cultural universal that comes every 20, 40, whatever the cycle of time is, this N-word, B-word situation. We was discussing it, and so I was like, I don't care if they drink alkaline water or alkaline 40s. I don't care if they say, that God is Yahweh, by the way, Yahweh Shai. I don't care if they the Moors and we ain't black, and the New Age situation that ain't new, that happens every so often. The Ma'afa didn't happen or happened in reverse. All of that, there's no disagreement about what we're called versus what we're not. You're not black, but you an N-word. Ain't nobody saying we ain't no N-word. Ain't nobody talking that, right? Or where are the slave ships? All of the things that you could do, every level of self-degradation that you could do to your ancestral lineage. Oh, we're not our ancestors either. We don't have no relationship, but you got everybody's ancestors on your money. If this your land, why you ain't in charge of it? So now, all of these things come the way with actualization. The actualization starts from within and it manifests with time. So these principles These key systems in the body, these states of being, these states of matter, all of these things that exist that are described in story form exist inwardly and externally. So if you don't have a good relationship from within, because we here now as a self and we relegated to a couple of places, but that's not it. We got more knowledge of the yourself than we do of self. We don't even know how our body works. So we don't care what we put in it. We don't care nothing about the car until the car stopped working. Now we paying attention to the car in part. So we have a consumer relationship with self, a utility situation with self. We come over here when things is bad. They call you when it's bad. They don't call you when it's good. So my mother worked with the disease, the key systems in the body for 30 years. Imagine being exposed to poison, the worst kind, every day for 30 years. How well are you going to be? Different variances of degrees. People don't come see you when they well, they come and see you when they sick. And that sickness means that they damn near on their deathbed. And they want a miracle from you. The doctor said, I don't know what else there's nothing that we can do. That's when they come. When the judges, the lawyers, the police, whomever, right? This was the thing for the 18. If you can find them, maybe you can call the 18. Like when all of the other things didn't work. When everybody else failed you, now you found somebody and you want a miracle. And you want a miracle the same damn day. And they want to pay you in goat's blood to advocate for them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, oh, this should be free with their doctor bills. This should be free with their doctor bills, right? So we have a dissociative disorder with self and a obsessive compulsive situation with other than self. From a holistic perspective, not that individual circumstances and places and families don't exist, because we'll go there. If the head is sick, the body is sick, the whole body is sick. If the head is well, then the body is well. So when we look in these spaces, when we look at our children, if you could call your generations, we talked about this, I believe, the last time I was here. If you could be comfortable with your children, their children, their children, their children, and their children, to the 7th and 10th generation being called YNs, then nothing I say matters to you. Nothing. Nothing. And you laugh at it and you joke at it and you make memes and videos and reels and carousels and all of that. You perpetuate it over and over and over. And you don't even think you're talking about you. Unless you think that that's okay, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You were YN, so they're YN. Your grandchildren? Yeah. Your mother? Your grand? Yeah. It doesn't matter how close it is or who it is in proximity. This is where the mind is. And if this is where the mind is, that's where their reality is. It doesn't matter. I remember I was in Iraq, I was talking to one of the brothers, and the brother said, my brother, man, he don't want to get right, man. You know what I'm saying? I be going through it with him and blah, blah. That's all. Yeah, no doubt. I know the feeling. You're like, yeah, man, you know, this one, you know, he in jail. I said, that's the issue? Yeah. I said, you a Christian, right? He said, yeah. I said, Jesus went to jail. John the Baptist went to jail. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. went to jail. Malcolm X went to jail, sir. I could go down the list. But yeah, they was, what's the difference? That's your brother. You don't know them. They don't know you. Your brother know you, and you know him. How would you even feel comfortable talking to me as a brother with respect and not talking to your brother with respect? I ain't never even think about it like that. Call your brother. Work with your brother. Help your brother. Help your brother help himself. And I'll be a better brother to you because you'll be a better brother to yourself. Yo, man, I'm saying, I ain't even, you know. So good. When we don't see ourselves as a brother, we see ourselves as food. Now you got to eat. So the short answer, I remember the African proverb, if there's no enemy within, the enemy without can do no good. And the other one is, no one loves a warrior till there's an enemy at the gate. We ain't even got a gate. We in circle. We food. I was watching that series, the mini series, Shaka Zulu, over the last couple of weeks, over going, right? We know historically Shaka didn't meet with the European. So the miniseries is inferred from their perspective if they did. The one thing that they neglected was the will of our ancestors to weave in a tiny thing in the story. The elder came in before the Euros were in, and he said, well, she said, Shaka, don't meet with these men. And it's a small scene. If you blink, you'll miss it. There was some parchment with some writing on it. He threw it in the fire. And while he's looking in the fire, he sees his own demise. He sees his own demise. But in the series, he still goes to meet with those men. And because he met with those men via the series, that was his demise. So our association, our mindsets, we get warning. We get divine instruction. And if we ignore them, they don't go away. We just can't hear them. So if we can't hear them or be intuitive with them, we're not in alignment with them. And they leave us susceptible to be devoured, to be taken up, to be destroyed. So being mindful of how we associate with self and who we associate with self and those things that we allow to feed on us. are important. So how we see ourselves is very critical to our reality's actualization. And the actualization can either be for the benefit of our future generation or our detriment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I say so. Here's a. This one might be a little interesting, right? This will be interesting. So in volume 7, I saw a chapter that talked about secret schools. Okay. Now, this is reason why I said this might be interesting because I think this is becoming a, I don't want to say trending type of thing, but it's very very relevant, appearing to be very very relevant today, especially I'm hearing this type of you know discussion from folk that I never ever would have imagined, right? That this would be anywhere on their mind. Um, but with the climate, with some of the I say, you know, taking off the Wazzy velvet glove and you just straight iron fists, right? You know what I'm saying? So, the with the banning of CRT, or what they're calling critical race theory, right? So essentially, they can't. I say, you're not allowed to uh, tell the truth, right? In their words, teach anything that would make someone make America look bad, essentially, right? Um, I saw today, your brother of mine sent me something where they're developing a new AI. I think Elon Musk, right? It's working on a new AI like Grok 5 or something like that that's supposed to rewrite history. That's what he said. Rewrite history. Um, Going back and correcting errors and giving a more accurate and balanced view, so on and so forth, type of shit, right? So you know what I mean? With I say, this is kind of like a build up, right? Because a couple years back it was the black identity extremist thing, right? So, all of this is just a culmination. Now we're seeing this is essentially a book burning, right? That's going on. And, so all of this being the case, right? Do you, I say, how relevant do you think um, secret schools, um, secret societies, fraternities, having a controlled and protected space to teach the truth of our people? How relevant do you see it as relevant? How relevant, is it, if you do see it as relevant? Um, And, is it something that you would actually suggest or encourage more of our people to begin to, you know, utilize or establish?
I'm sure you know my answer. So I'll develop. I'll say necessity over relevance. I'll say necessity. When we start looking at necessity, necessity is birthed out of a need. Is there a need to return to building our houses in secret? Is there a benefit? Are we alone in the world in this endeavor? Do the ones who encircle us come as vultures, or do they come as friends? Friend of foe, yo, stay to bed. We can do. There it is. For me, I run the show. Oh, and these kids don't like nobody coming around here messing with their dope. So we have to look at our experience. Again, back to value. What you value. If you don't value you, why would you want to learn anything about you? If you don't know how your circulatory system works, you wouldn't care anything about it. Your central nervous system, your brain is included in that central nervous system. The cranial nerves, the bones in your body. How many bones are there in your body? If those things don't matter to you, then they're veiled from you. And they're veiled from your material view. So you're secret from your society. Your body's not sacred. You're disillusioned. You go into somebody and telling them what's wrong with you, and then they give you something for you to take home, and they don't know that it works. They give you poison, and you pay them. My mother said, and you pay them to kill you, and they'll practice on you until you die. So, if you don't know that you exist in a society with secrets that ain't sacred to you, but is sacred to them, and that you operate in a society that all has a fraternal or sorority origin that you instituted here and all over the world, that I don't know if it's necessary for you or if it's even relevant. Go listen to two people who speak the same language and see if they translate for you. They're speaking their mother tongue. I was in Iraq, Mosul, and I was in Afghanistan with 42 different nations, right? There's 45 different nations at the border crossing into Mexico, from Mexico into the United States. If you're somewhere that's not your home, when you find somebody that speaks your language, your home, when somebody else comes around, they're a foreigner. So you go from talking to each other to talking about the foreigner that comes into your land. Your store, your business, your house, whatever the case may be. You don't have an allegiance to them. It's transactional. It's not translational. So you are perplexed, like they saying something deep, and they just talking shit, like you talking shit. So they look at them and they show them in this esteemed light, and then you hear what they talking about, and you're like, oh, they ain't talking about nothing. Because you ain't talking about it. Right? Nothing is where everything comes from last time I checked. So now, once you know, and you make known that you know, the discussion has to switch now. They're including you in the discussion because you know what they're talking about, not because they love you. So now they're like, yo, you know, hey, chill, Wumpy. I seen it. And I'm sure folks seen it. All right, you know, speak no Mandarin. You start speaking a little Mandarin, they're not going to talk to you like they were talking about you. They're going to talk to you in an investigative, early detection. Oh, where you learn? How you learn? How you know? Where your parents? Where they from? You thinking they being friendly? No, they're investigating you. So, you know, I'm taking a little time to go through this because if we don't know where we are, we won't know where we're going. It's time for Sankofa. It's time to go back. If you don't see a necessity, if you don't even see it relevant, you can't even start the journey. Either you go willingly or you're drugged. That's how it works. So when you rather go of your own free will accord, didn't have to be drugged every time. This wasn't a surprise that we was going to end up here. It was written, it was spoken about, it was carved, and we still win. Yo, when you see these ghostly figures, don't mess with them. Where did we go with the ghostly figures? They say don't mix with them. Oh, what we do? Go mix with them. The sons of God seem the daughters of men are fair. I had a discussion with this pastor one time, and he was talking about fraternity and secret society, and he was like, "Oh, you know, I got an issue with y'all kind of folk because y'all ain't, you know, ain't no secret." I said, "Really? What I'm dealing with ain't no secret." I said, "Hey, can anybody pick up that Bible, Pastor, and just read it and understand what's in it?" He said, "No." I said, "If they did, what would be your job?" I said, "Don't worry about it. Let's walk a little bit for a second." I said, "You got a job? A regular job?" "Yeah." I said, "Did you just walk in and you were hired?" I said, "No." I said, "They called you something during that process. You remember what it was?" "I can't recall." I said, "They called you a candidate, didn't they? During the hiring process?" He said, "Yeah." I said, did you choose when you went for the interview? Or did somebody give you a time for the interview?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "When you walked in there, were you there by yourself or did you interview yourself? Did somebody interview you? Was there a couple people there or was one person?" We're going through this process, right? Because I want him to see that the thing that he just said over here, when it's, you know, ascribed to us, it has one significance. But when it has something with somebody outside itself, it's something completely different. So we went through this process. I said, somebody did due inquiry into your character. You were qualified for the job because they called you. Now the interviewer is to decide whether or not they want to see you every day. So somebody said yes, and somebody said no. If they said no, they didn't call you back. But if everybody agreed, you came in, you got hired. They offered you a position. So now we gotta go labor. That's your job. I say, hey, you ever been to the judges' chambers? No. You ever been on the Senate floor? And say, what bills are y'all passing that's going to affect my future generation? No. You ever been to the president's? No. No. They all work for you. What happened? You ever been to the police station and say, hey, what y'all raiding today? I said, no. I said all of them have fraternity.
Hmm.
All of them. All of their society is secret. You don't say anything to them. Nothing. You go give them your money. You call them your honor. You call them officer. Whatever they do, that's what you call them. But something that was created for your own people to take care of you, you like, oh the hell with that. That's demonic. That's secret. And you go shop at Walmart. And you don't call that demonic or secret. You don't even know what's in the food.
Hmm.
You don't even know what's in the products. You don't call it secret though. So if somebody has something that's for your benefit that you ain't never heard of, you automatically reject that. But for somebody who got something for your detriment and it looks attractive, you go right to it. You'll put chemicals in your hair, you don't know how they made. You don't know what they for. You put stuff on your skin, stuff on your body, you bring stuff into your home, you bring people into your home. You don't question none of that. You don't even go check in. And you be having bad feelings about it. You don't know what those feelings are. And you still do it.
Hmm.
So who is in the secret space blinded by themselves, but walking around here aimlessly up and down in the earth seeking to be devoured? So are these things happening? Yes. Is there something where it could be beneficial to us? Yes. Do we have the will that's necessary? Yes. Are we made of good timber? Yes. Has it been forged? Yes. Has it been tested? Yes. Will we be victorious without a doubt? Yeah, but will you be around to see it? Are you preparing to win? Are you preparing to be victorious? Are you preparing to be a champion? You know, you got observers, you got participators, and the participators go into categories. You can participate, you can win, you can be a champion, then you can have a championship dynasty. You can be an exceptional winner or an exceptional loser. They're cousins. It's all in your preparation or lack thereof. It's all in your mind state or lack thereof. If it's fixed or it's growth, all these colloquial terms we throwing around. Does your preparation look like execution? Does your execution look like you prepared? And then what does victory look like for you? For all time. All those things matter. Otherwise, you ain't got no secret. You the secret. You ain't got no joke. You the joke. So being mindful of those things that's beneficial. Your ability to be able to discern properly is the difference. Because the poison and the cure come from the same plant. The difference is the dosage. So if you want to build something in secret to oppress, or you want to build something in secret to elevate, they both come from the same plant. And the last thing I'll say about it is the enemies observe. They're not smart. They're not kind. And they're not important. We tell them, you is kind, you is smart, and you is important. You want to be awarded by them. You want to be rewarded by them. You go be their help. You go be their ma. You go from the sons and daughters of God to mankind. You go eat their food, and then you lust after the scraps that the pig is eating because you forget who you are in those moments. Temporary insanity, whatever the stuff that they come up with. If the secret is your divinity, and with you aligning with that divinity means the destruction of those things that aren't divine, why would somebody tell you? That Jackie Chan movie, Who Am I? The whole movie, he going through that. Our whole life existence, we going through the Who Am I? And you're supposed to know at birth. Life, initiation, birth and initiation, marriage and initiation. All of those things therein contain. They're all initiations and ain't nobody telling you nothing about it. Oh, such and such return to the essence. Where's that? You got an address? You got a phone number? So the need to return to a space where the education and the training is done by you is required. It's required. Because if not, somebody's going to train you how to be a greater enemy to yourself, greater enemy to your people, because that's what they're trained to do. They're trained to be an enemy to you, so they can only train you to be an enemy. The institutions are cemeteries for us. The institutions are cemeteries for us. They're graveyards, not designed for us. So if we don't have ourselves to consider, if you ain't doing it for you, do it for your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. If you don't like it, hey, do it for your future generation. When they find out that you did it, they'll call your name. They'll show you some love. They'll remember you. They'll pray for you. They'll be better for you because they're representing you. Even if they don't know you, they'll know you because of what you did for them. They'll remember you. Whoever those children are from anywhere on the planet. So your story can no longer be a secret from you. You can give a bit of your gifts to the world, but you cannot pour from an empty cup. You can't be hidden from you. You have to know who you are. You have to know where you come from. You have to know how your mind works, your body works. You have to know your capabilities, your strengths, and your weaknesses, and develop those weaknesses and the strengths. You have to be able to be the best you. Because the best you produces the best we. I am because we are. So if you hiding from me, you hiding from yourself. If you hate me, you hate yourself. If you see me as subhuman, if you see me as property, if you see me as chattel, that's how you see you. So that mirror. Man in the mirror, mirror on the wall. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? Remember, all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put him back together again. All of them. They all tried. Can you reform devil? No, all the prophets have tried, not some of us. All of them. And you still trying. You still got a torchlight over here. After you read the fall, you got a torchlight. After you seen the fall, you still got a torchlight. So we have a duty and responsibility to self. And with the words of Hatim the God Survivors, Brother Omawali, affection known to the world as Minister Malcolm X, peace and blessings be upon him, to wake up, to clean up, and to stand.
Two. 2010. Equal. Excellent. All right. Yo. Before we get up out of here, let the people know. First and foremost, Dua Nated, thank you, praise Nated for you, my brother, and your work, and for blessing us again. As always, it's always an honor and a privilege. We always go. You know what I'm talking about? So yes, sir. So we got volume 7 and 8 is on the way. And I say I don't know if you got a date for it yet, or but 8 is on the way.
Yeah, 8 will be out before this month is over. So before the 30th of June. So it'll be out. It'll be available in circulation for investment. I'm going to stop saying purchase. I'm going to start saying investment. Because it's an investment. And, we just hit summer, quote unquote, according to the Julian date Gregorian calendar, right? So volume 8, a little sneak peek, has proposed activities for you and the family to do over the summer.
Nice.
So you're there. You got a captive audience. School's out. Let's shout, hooray! So let's not go into the gluttonous space where we're not transforming our daily existence into education environments and training environments that are fun, that are memorable, that are creative. And if you can't think of something, I got a couple ideas for you. And volume 8 is in that fashion, right? You want to go from an observer to a champion. We need some examples. A champion on whatever level. We want to go from thinking revolutionary to being revolutionary. We need some examples. We want to go explore. We want to go see what the world has to offer. We need examples. So they're examples. All of these books are examples. They were created with you in mind. For us, okay? Not for us, by us, because as soon as somebody get a hold of it, we trying to give it away. Our very own juke joint. Ever since we was kids.
Yes, sir.
Ain't happen for 24 hours. Sound like Rosewood, sound like Black Wall Street, sound like anything that we got our hands on. We could somebody coming to get it. Because we say we made it because they gave it. We're putting emphasis on our power in the wrong place. We're not looking within for power. We're looking for without. We're still looking for more gold. The introduction of more gold created an inference in the mind that became dissident. So now I'm looking for more. So that means what I have is not enough anymore. I didn't even know that there was more. I didn't even place any value with the gold. The gold was a utility. Now I'm looking for more. The sons of God seen the daughters of men, and they were fair. Fair skin, fair in their appearance, fair maiden sort of situation. So that was a group of people who left North Africa and went over to this vile, wretched, desolate place. And so to be God there. And that's who we want to be today. We want to be the worst people in our history versus the best people in our history. And that might become subjective to whomever. But when you play, you make devil. And the job of devil is to make your deeds seem fair seeming. I read somewhere that was the test, I read it somewhere. That if you say, okay, I ain't eating pork no more. You get all of the pork ads now because you said you ain't eating pork no more. You like, oh, the devil made me do it. Like, nah, you was eating pork, man. You ain't helping yourself. Not even God can help you, according to one of them books I read. So that fortifying process that you go through in forging, if somebody come to you with some pork, the smell of it, the sight of it, the thought of it, that make you sick. Now you fortified. Now, is your will going to endure? We're going through this forging process, this smithing and forging process. So this fortification, this building, this rebuilding, this remembering, it don't feel good. But is it necessary? For now and forever. So these little training manuals are there as reminders. The duties of a panther. What's the duties of an N-word? The duties of a B-word. But they are subhuman, man. They represent property. They'll tell you black don't got no standing in law. What standing in law does the N-word have? An N-word. A real N-word. I've seen some folks that got real N-word university. But black is harmful for me. African. Forget about it. That's how they used to say about God. Play, yo, God, yo, don't be calling me no God. Don't be calling me no nigga. They're like, oh. I'm like, oh. So you're fine with that, but you're not fine with this. This that guy, he live in a secret society, and he worried about what a couple of folks doing over here, and he trying to tell the world about what they doing over here, and nothing about what's going on over here. If the stoplight goes from green to yellow to red, and you at that light for 20 minutes, are you gonna run the light, or you gonna stay? That's the mentality that Bobby Steve Coakley, peace blessed be upon him, talked about. The good citizen. The good citizen will inform on you. The good citizen is bred in our home and rewarded through the family, rewarded through the school. If you see something, say something. So we make our own informants. As soon as one car goes around the car that's at the light, what the rest of the cars do? What they did. They call that bystander effect. How long are we going to stand by and be enemies for our elevation, enemies for our liberation, enemies for our families? How long will we sit at that damn red light and not move? Because we want to be good citizens. And the one who wants you to be a good citizen ain't a good citizen nowhere. Ain't been a good citizen in 6,000 years. But that red light meant stop. But they tell the matador to wear red, and the bull can't see. But the bull charging anyway. Like the red is what it did. And that's the bull. The matador is our enemy, and we the bull charging. That's something that we can never have. Not haphazardly. They shocking his reproductive organs, throwing knives at him. Then they let him loose on the city, and that's exhilarating the people to be there at the running of the bull. And we there with that. The bull in the china shop, the heated man in the house, and so we just charging for the charge, and then we charging into the game. So sooner we got to stop sitting at those red lights. We got to stop being good citizens to our enemies and be great citizens for ourselves. We got to stop waiting for permission. And adhere to divine instruction. I ain't saying be lawless because you waiting for that too. Yeah, now I won't say, oh, fuck it, son. Come on, yeah, we outside. We lit. Start adhering to divine instruction. And teach your children, teach your loved ones, teach your families how to adhere to divine instruction. How to meditate, how to fast, how to abstain, how to remove themselves from environments that are detrimental to them, that are toxic to their well-being. Detoxify. How to sit still, how to be quiet and be dutiful to your internal voice. How to honor those who came before you. How to reconcile. How to forgive you because the offense was done to you. If you don't forgive you, you cannot. forgive. You could say you forgive, but your ways and actions will be like the snake of a grafted type. You'll be looking to sting someone else. So our inner work will aid our external work, our family reconciliation, our family plan, our family desire, our family goals, our family aims, our family objectives will guide our steps. Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Yeshua, peace and blessings be upon him, said, money, good homes, and friendships from all walks of life. He was asking the laborers to labor, to read. Ya Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Ikra bismi rabbika ala, read in the name of your Lord. He was paying people to read. He was teaching people how to not be gluttonous and not to have reverence for your enemy. Get some of this good health for yourself. The best part, not the poor part. The Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, peace and blessings be upon him, set up you mighty race and accomplish what you will. They both had women in their lives that continued their mission after they were gone. If you don't invest in your family will drive you to that nursing home. Like that nursery that you put them in, like that daycare that you took them to that was foreign, leave you in there with strangers, and those attendants will not treat you like family because they're away from their family to take care of you. Nursery is where the plants grow. The garden, kindergarten, child garden. That's a place where you want life to be cultivated, and you cultivate where you're irrigated and when you have access to sunlight. In any other space, you wither away and you expire. So are we cultivating places where our young minds, our future generations can grow in the direction towards that light and that irrigation? Or are we cultivating environments where they wither away and die before our faces and we don't even regard that? That's that N word. That ain't me. Better you than me. Better me than the cops. And that's what it said in Minister Society. I gotta eat, son. So these perpetual cycles can come to a halt. You could see that red light as a momentary opportunity to prepare for the acceleration going forward when it turns green. Or you could look at that red light as a graveyard where your life stops, comes to a crashing halt. You slamming on the brakes and you go through the windshield. We decide. And I heard a wise man say, time is on our side. I heard him say it.
2010.
You got time, and time is on your side. So Dua and Sue for your time. Dua to about those who will listen to these archives and think about your vested interest. think about those stakeholders, shareholders, family holders in your family, and what do you want for them? This is a step forward. And if you find value in your future, you begin to reconcile things with your family.
Two. 2010. Yo, I say real quick, where do we go to get the books? Got the site up on the screen. Also, where can the family find you on the socials? And what's the Cash App and all of that?
Okay, the Cash App is Cash App $ Knowledge Born Alive. Got a special going on, an investment special, an investment opportunity for all of these books, all 10 of them, for $80 until the end of June, which is, well, July 1st. Strike me, get that right. July 1st is the last day. Then after that, they go to the regular price. If you hit me on social media, Knowledge Born Alive on social media, Do Knowledge Radio, social media, Instagram, Knowledge Born Alive 357, or any of those places. If you look at Do Knowledge Radio the way it's spelled, you'll find me. DoKnowledgeRadio.com, whatever the case may be. DoKnowledgeRadio@gmail.com, and you can get all of these books, including the book that'll be out before the end of the month. Volume 8. So, in all of these books for this price until July the 1st. After that, I don't know what to tell you, Shane. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to tell you, Shane. Unless we cousins. If we cousins, I might be able to help you out. But if we ain't cousins, so, or family, like she said, we family because she family.
Yesterday's price. It's not today. Oh, I better not quote him. What it said. My brother, I say, always an amazing build. Right? Dua for sharing your insights and your wisdom and your work, right? Your work, your offering, your sacrifice for our people. I say it's been epic as always. You have any thing you want to leave with?
Went out on me. I don't know if you can still hear me. Can you still hear me in the show?
Yo.
You too. I can hear you now. So, can you hear me or no? I hear you.
You can hear me? Okay. Say something. See if I can hear you.
Check 1 2.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay.
Mic check 1 2. Can you hear me?
There we go. Died. Yeah, my earbuds, you know, they died on me. Had to refresh the joint. Yeah, but yeah, I'm saying anything you want to leave the folk with before we get up out of here.
It's been a great opportunity. You know, oftentimes you invite, but you're not always welcome. You know, it's a difference, right? Get invited and being welcome ain't the same. They might have your own, but they don't really want you in your presence. So it's always a pleasure to be able to come home, to not be a tourist over here. You know, most of the time you leave out the house, you know, you a tourist somewhere. So Khu Khem, Black Light, you know, a transformative space of healing, of reflection, of decency, order, and challenge, you know. So this is a great platform that should be supported. And that's really the goal for all of the books. If you see something or you are interested in, you gotta invest some sweat equity, some time, some effort. Those institutions that, you know, were highlighted in the book, find them, enroll, celebrate. You find this institution that needs you. I promise you, your life will be changed because you're required to change. You know, the nation had a saying back in my father's time that trickled down to our time. You could come at you hard, but you can't stay at you. So if you come to be crowned, you have to endeavor to work your way in. It's going to take some time. It's going to take some effort. It's going to see some parts of yourself that you ain't know exist. And that's on both ends. You can't be a pretender and be an avenger. You're going to have to choose. So support the real and not just the REE. The REAM.
Two. Dua. All right. Dua. You know, special thanks again, and you know, dua to everyone that tuned in, that checked in. You know, I say Asad Khan, we're gonna make good on that. You heard? Ma'akeru, you heard? You know what I'm saying? And yeah, to all the family that will be tuning in, you know, we appreciate you. Be sure to check out our brothers' work, revisit the other episodes in the archive. You know, and I say anything, because I say most of my videos on here is me with the good brother Nameless. So you know, anything you see us, you know, you see our faces on, going on and check that out. You know, going on and check that out, and you know, keep up with our brother, keep up with his work. You know, he's already done monumental work. You know, with the radio broadcast, with the video broadcast, and now with the written work. You know, monumental, transformative work. So with that, I'm gonna say Dua, Neter, and Senepti, Shimimotep. That's a pool.